Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Sulaiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant, break our 7 seals, crusher. Brothers and sisters, I'm going to do a short critique of a shit show they gave this morning. First, fear. Look up fear, study fear. Because that's what's driving this world. That's what's been driving us for the last 500 years. That's what's driving what's going on right now. Fear. Fear is at the heart of it. Fear is pain, mental pain. And that's what drives this world right now. Because everybody's trying to gain control. Gain control. And fear is a loss of control. The more loss of control you have, the more fear you have. And America is losing control. They've been losing control of us since the 1860s. And so their fear of us is increasing daily. They can't say it. And the Bible tells you clearly, they're not going to be out in the open with it. They're going to be secretive of it. That means you won't see it coming, but somebody's revealing it to you. Until Suleiman comes, he reveals this to you. It says, those set in darkness seen a great light, because they concealing all of this. But so he will take and manifest all things. See? But they're concealing. In other words, they got something out planned for you, and this tells you what it is. It's death, destruction. That's what they have planned for you. But you won't be able to see it. Because they said they're doing it secretly, shrewdly. And I'm explaining to you. But then a lot of you be caught up in it. It says this day will come as a snare for those who dwell on the earth. Who are you talking about? You the ones dwelling on the earth. You want not talking about all the people dwell on the earth. It's coming to you. You're dwelling here in America. It comes as a snare. It means you're not going to see it coming. And you're going to be caught up in it. And a lot of you are going to be lost. Since my people are lost for lack of knowledge. You're going to be lost. A lot of you will be lost. And Suleiman's going to rescue a lot of them. But at this point, he's kind of like, well, should I waste my time? Should I waste my time here? Because our word's been kept with you. The word was given to you has been kept. Elijah, Master Rama showed up. Elijah showed up. He did what he was supposed to do, and you turned against him. So you broke the covenant. We didn't. You broke the covenant. We didn't. So anything we do now is a mercy to you. You broke the covenant. We didn't. You broke the covenant with Elijah. You broke the covenant. You turned against the God. You can't match for him a praise. See, and you can't worship him because he's made of flesh. But now it's all about Master Muhammad. But yes, for his originator. Let's finish this fear, brother. I'm gonna get into that in a minute. But fear, and the more America loses control, the more fear, and fear drives anger and violence. See, and if it's going to be unprecedented violence, that means you got a powerful country that's going to lose all control. Plus all the they're going to, and the loss of control means, right? They have to face the consequences of their period of control, which is awesome. Awesome. But it says, those who are on earth will become as a snare. And if you're not listening to this, if you close your eyes on this light, who you hurting? Are you hurting me? You close your eyes on this light, who are you hurting? You hurt me? Because you're not getting this light from any place else, not even close. Everything you're getting out there is dark. People sit in darkness. I mean, you're sitting in darkness and seeing a great light. You see, you're sitting in darkness, and everybody else, nothing come out their mouth but shit. You're sitting in darkness, right? I'm not going to anybody diffuse this message, because they have people, man, they twisting everything. No, it has to be a clear, bright light. Clear, bright light. And I get it from any place else, not a place on the planet, nowhere. Right? but fear. And that's what Farrakhan's all about, fear. They have you in a state of fear. Okay? That's how they keep you under control, with fear. Fear is how they keep you under control. Mental fear. And so as they lose under control, that means the fear reverses. Because you got control of a lion. Okay, you get a lion, he's fearing whatever you're doing to him. But you start losing control, you start getting the fear, because that lion, he start getting strong back himself, and you start getting the fear because he's going to come after you. It's very simple mathematics, brothers and sisters, right? Fear. Fear. See? It says, it tells you clearly, men's hearts be failing them for fear. Some epidemic of heart attacks, strokes, seizures. After looking at things with anticipation. And then you have to, do you look at these things? You look at something, do you pay attention, look deep into it? Or if this is happening, and it's an epidemic, where is it happening? Where is it when they recognize this, when it has to come over the news? So something they hear on the news or TV, and, right? Where? In the Middle East. Something they're going to see over there, right? And it's going to be because of loss of power. You can read all kinds of stuff in this one statement right here, right? Because the powers of heaven shall be shaken. Whose powers? Theirs. There wouldn't be a fear if the Middle East powers were shaken. Then if their powers are shaken, because they're the ones on the earth, they're not in the Middle East. So something's going to happen over there. It's going to cause them. It's going to be so dramatic. It's going to cause heart attacks. Just anticipation. And we see it happening right now. We're witnessing it's happening right in front of our face right now. And it says, and when an active event takes place, that's what's going to happen. It means it's going to go against them. So dramatically, that it's going to cause heart failure, strokes, seizures, because that's what comes with heart failure. And then you have yourself, well, how many men? It's going to be a lot. And where they're going to be when they get it? They're going to be listening to news? They're going to be driving a cab? They're going to be an Uber driver? They're going to be a plane driver? Or they're going to be driving down the highway and then have a stroke and all of a sudden run into your ass? Okay? That gives you some idea of what's, and it's going to happen suddenly. And that's just one of the things that's going to happen here. I'm trying to get an idea of chaos that's going to happen here. And a lot of Negro butts are going to have the same thing because they identify with the devil. So they think, this is my country. Like that Negro this morning, he said, our country. Did you notice? He said, our country. Ooh, we get a hold of those clowns. And it's just days away. I mean, it's like, like you've been on a fast and you're really hungry, man. You've been on like a 30-day fast and about the 29th day, man. And, ooh, you can't wait that next day, man. You get, oh, man. It's hard. That's the hardest day, the day before. That's the hardest day. Oh, man, I got 24 hours. I got 10 more hours, man. Oh, man, I can't wait to get to that stage. Oh, ooh. I can feel my hands around their necks, man. Ooh. Oh, man, those people. Come on, and put Elijah's name in their mouth? Put Elijah's name in their mouth? It says be severe. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Now, I put this special. It took a while. It took me 3 or 4 hours to put it together. It's not the greatest in the world, brothers and sisters. I tried, right? I mean, but I'm going to make a point, right? So, and I don't know why I shouldn't keep doing these graphics because they take a long time to do. You got to keep testing it, and sometimes I get them wrong anyway. Even after all of that. Okay. And see, he's the man of fear. I'm going to relieve your fear. I'm going to annihilate your fear. I'm going to dissipate your fear because I'm going to make America great again. That means I got to gain power again. That means you're in a state of fear. All you got to do is learn to read these things, brothers and sisters. If America's losing, it's lost power. Like he says, they're taking everything from, and he's such a clown. You the illegal alien. You the illegal alien. You took something from the other people, but they got this big blind spot. What false sisters was doing, that's what you did. You did 1,000 times worse. But I'm gonna make America great again. I'm gonna take everything back. See, what he's telling you is, I'm gonna alleviate your fear, and I'm gonna get these niggas back under control, because that's the biggest fear in America right now. They've been losing control of you since the Civil War. Every 5 years, they lose more and more high grade. And now they're about to lose total control, because now every 50 years, I said we get energized. So now we're in a 50-year cycle, and now we're about to go home. I said the music's going to change. It's going to be a victorious music. We're going to unite and go home. This is the time. This cycle, that's where we're going home. Every 50 years, 1860s, 1920s, you had blues. They had the blues, and we got the jazz. 50 years later, rock or disco, whatever you want to call it, right? And now it's 50 years again, right? So new music coming out, and we got more control of ourself each 50 years. We had the blues was out, but we wasn't on the plantation anymore, right? Then we was in the 20s, right? Eurocentric, Afrocentric. Marcus Garvey, Noble Drew Ali, Mustafa Muhammad. Then 60s, I'm black and I'm proud, black and I'm proud. Right? And now, Master coming here to take you home. But he's the man. See, when you're in pain, you look for something to kill that pain. Man, give me some aspirin, give me some ibuprofen, give me some anything, man. He's your ibuprofen. He's America's ibuprofen. But the pain's so great that he ain't going to be able to do a damn thing. Damn, man, this stuff ain't working. No, it's not. Because your pain is is fatal. Oh, man, it's aspirin, man. I need something stronger than this, man. Give me some, what they call that stuff? I couldn't think of yesterday for nothing. I can't think of the name. Because I remember I had a contract, when I had my, I had to have surgery years back, because I used to run every day 5, 6, 7 times 10 miles, right? And by the time I got in my late 50s, right, near 60s, I think about 60 at the time, right? I wore my hips out, so I had to get a resurfacing. That's a long story. I had to need that knee replacement stuff. That hip replacement. To have that, that's that real bad stuff. This is a new procedure. Totally different, right? You can get up and walk and do anything you want to do after this. You can run everything you want to do afterwards. They told me if you go out there and run again, you're gonna be back and doing this thing again in another 10 years. I said, heck with that. So I don't run, but I walk about 4 miles an hour on a treadmill. Anyway, what's that stuff? Oxycontin? That might have been it. Anyway, they've been trying to get me all kinds of ways, brothers and sisters. I'm doing a contract, and I came back from Guam at the time. I had a contract down in Florida. Somewhere down there got a contract down there, and just a little bit. I'm going to take a lot of time here. See, things work out when you're doing things right. Because I always get a contract, but this particular, I just got back. I gave my daughter all my money I had to get a car. I had any money, so they told me, "Hey, you get a contract down. I'm in the network, right?" So, hey, man, they got a contract available down there in Chicago, in Florida. So I said, okay, down in Tampa. I said, okay, went down there. But the guy played a game on me. He wouldn't let me do a contract. He said, man, we can't let you do a contract here, man. You got to be an employee for us. I said, man, I don't do employee. I don't do employee. I want a contract. Right? We can't do a contract. I said, well, why you tell me that, man? I come all the way down here from I drove all the way down here, and now you tell me I got to be an employee. Why didn't you tell me before I came down here? So I'm bugged, right? And I don't have any money, right? And like I said, I gave all the money I had. Since I told my daughter to give her a car. So I said, okay, hell. I said, I told myself, well, usually you take 6 months to a year contract, right? I said, well, I'm gonna stay here for about 2 or 3 months. I'm looking for my contracts and I'm out of here. I said, okay, because I had some money, right? So I took the contract. Took the employee thing. This how things work out, right? And I was having a problem with my legs, my hips at the time. And so, oh man, this is a long story. I don't know if I don't go through the whole thing. But I've been having problems for over a year. When I was in Guam, I had problems with it. Right? But they kept telling me, hold on. I forgot to do this. Hold on. They kept telling me I had a chiropractor. Kept sending me to a chiropractor. And it wasn't doing any good. And I was still in pain. They said, well, you know, you guys, it's something, you know, they told me that's what it was. It was what it was. So I'm still trying to run. And I went back like a year of pain. I mean, it was getting worse and worse. So when I got, so this guy has me, I ended up getting this contract in Tampa, right? So finally I went to a doctor down there. And I said, and remember, they told me I had to be employed, so it means they had to pay for my insurance. Now, as a contract, I paid my own insurance. I paid my own hospital, everything else. Right? But they told me, so I go to the doctor, right? And the doctor told me, hey man, no, you got a problem with your hips. And we got this new procedure called hip resurfacing, where it's a whole different thing. They don't cut your bone out and none of that stuff. And you can do everything you was doing before. And you heal. I mean, I was like walking around a couple of days, and I had to have double. They wouldn't do both at the same time. The bottom story is that they told me, he told me, says, and he was one of, I think it's the only colored people in the country. It was a procedure came out of England called Birmingham procedure. And he said, he was like, only one or two people in the country knew how to do this. You see the story? So if I had this done when I was in Guam or before that, I would have had to go to the whole other thing. But because they guys was telling me, lying to me about chiropractic, I'm suffering, right? And then I go, and then I end up going, come back home, then they said, got tricked me to come down to Tampa, right? Told me I had to be employed. They had to pay for the whole damn thing. They was really pissed off. They was really pissed off. They had to pay for the whole surgery, everything, all of it. I had to pay a dime. See, that's how things work out, bro. I had to pay a dime. You see? Had the whole thing done. I had to pay a dime for it. See? And the fact that the chiropractors were lying to me and everything else, right? So that was buying time. I didn't know that. Buying time to find the right guy, this guy, that knew how to do this procedure. And I was up and walking around, and I had one, and the second one was a week later, right? And 2 weeks after that, I was walking around like it never happened. Right? They told me I could still run, but I said, so I don't want to go back and do that again. But the problem is, how things work out like that. And they was pissed. They was really pissed off. So eventually they got mad and they told me I had to wait. I didn't stay there a month after that. They let me out of there, man. They said, hey, we gotta let you go. I know why they was mad, right? But by the time they let me go, right, I had found a contract. I was getting ready to tell them, right, I was going to leave because I had this contract. I forgot I had that contract. Anyway, I was going to tell them I had found another contract. And so I was supposed to start in about 2 or 3 weeks, whatever, right? And I was about to tell them. They told me, so I didn't have to quit. They told me, hey, man, we'll let you go, so fine. I was out anyway. Things like that keep happening in my life all the time. All the time. And that's because the 5 fundamental pillars of Islam and the angel. But it's 5 pillars. That means energy management. So I always keep positive energy and always work in my favor, right? And at the time, I was staying like this little apartment I was staying in, right? Because I was only going to be there for 3 or 4 months, right? So I got a little apartment. It wasn't that great, right? And so this woman came and told me, says, it was like I had to go 2 or 3 stories, right? So she came and told me, says, hey, man, devil, right? You have found a place? You have a place to stay? I said, yeah. I said, I said, there's a house right across the street from me, right? And they look for somebody to rent, and it was much cheaper than mine. It was a nice place, right, in Tampa. So they looking for somebody to rent it. I said, really? So I went over there and talked to the lady, a sister. She was renting the house and everything, and gave me a real nice price, real nice little house, right? And It turns out when I had the surgery, they told me, well, you can't climb stairs because, it'd be a couple weeks before you climb the stairs, right? And so it came around time because as soon as the surgery was over, I mean, I had a house and you should walk right into it. You don't have to walk upstairs. All that's, anyway, let me move on. Anyway, but this is opposite for them. Everything will work bad for them. Everything. What's happening? Because right now, what's going on right in the Middle East right now is because of him. Because he got rid of JCPOA, which I told you back then they won't get back into that. Let's move on. I'm not going to do 2 or 3 hours today. I look and I said, man, 3 hours, like 2.5 hours yesterday. There's so much information, brothers and sisters. But anyway, let's move on. Counterfeit, they don't have any power anymore. You'll see that in a minute. They're going to run against Iran, and they're going to be squashed. I will destroy the wisdom of the wise. That means everything they do is not working. They think they're wise. They think they're being slick. And it says it's destroyed. Nothing they do will work. And if anybody asks questions, the problem you got right now in Ukraine and in the Middle East because your stupid ass decisions backfiring on you. Okay, so that's what it is. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Like a man flees from a lion and encounters a bear. And then get away from the bear and gets home and a snake gets him. That's what you're about to see, brothers and sisters. But some of you are going to be caught up in this. Trying, Say, fear not them that kill the body, but see, you got to understand this. See, that you don't have no soul. Your soul is your DNA. That's your soul. That's your real name. And the Quran tells you, right, that we control that. Take 4 birds, teaching to climb. Most people, they don't know what that means. That's what it means. Okay? And it says, Suleiman, what he's going to do, he's going to not just, those that oppose him, we crush him. What do you mean I crush him? He's not going to just get rid of them. He's going to get rid of their whole seed, their whole line, all of it. Destroy their soul, their DNA. It's never rise again, ever. See, effing around the wrong people, and you don't know it, you're going to find out. I mean, this is the most critical time in history, and you see people just stupid. They do stupid stuff. I don't know. I understand we went through, and I've been very patient because I know we went through. That's what was required. You can't tell people to jump in a pool of shit and then, come on, man, you stink. No. Who's told, jump in that pool of shit and just lay there, submit to these wicked mission shed blood. Now we're going to say, man, no, we don't do that. Right? See? But if you're going to get out there and start showing shit on the person that's trying to pull you out, that's a whole different issue altogether. He's trying to pull you out. Now you're going to throw shit on them? Lying to him in the count on? He's trying to save your ass? No, don't work that way. Right? I'm not going to I'll talk about this already. War against consequence, and you cannot wear the war against consequence. And you have to understand consequence, what consequence is. And all breaks down to vectors, all right, distills down to vectors. You understand vectors, you understand most of the stuff that's going on. Because that's the language of pressure, language of force. And I keep telling you, the scriptures are all mathematical books. They're just written in prose because people don't know mathematics. And that's why they can't understand and break it down. But everything in here, I try to show you the mathematics behind it, and it's very simple mathematics. Very simple mathematics. But you make it really complicated with your emotions. See, emotions is very complicated stuff. See, because you can be good, happy one day. The weather is very complicated stuff. You can be happy one day, upset the next day, whatever, It's hard dealing with people that's emotional. It's hard dealing with that. Men or female. I would remember a demon wife one time, but that woman was so emotional. Ooh, it was like hurricane today. I mean, it was always bad weather. It was always bad weather, that's for sure. But at least if it's always bad weather, at least you can keep up with it, right? I mean, it's just all stormy all the time. Okay, well, you get used to the storm, right? But stormy, earthquake, hurricane, tornadoes, and damn. That's what it was. It was emotional roller coaster with her. But I stayed faithful. I stuck there. I said, I kept my word. I said, okay. But when she left, she broke that covenant. Bye-bye. Please don't come back. So she broke it. I'm through. You going. You walked away. I didn't. You did. Right. Bye. Right. Then the fool had nerve to call me about a few years back, about 3 or 4 years ago. What you calling me for? What you calling me for? If you ain't got nobody, right? See, whatever. Hold on, brothers and sisters. And that's the other thing, sisters. You tend to be a little more emotional, but you can be disciplined now. I mean, you can't just say just let because I got your back, right? But you got to be sensible too. It's all about discipline, because you have to achieve Hajj too. We have to achieve Hajj too. When you see the Hajj in the Middle East, it's women and male and females there. You have to achieve Hajj too. Means you have because you can't go through life just. That's what the devils tell you. See, the female devils, they're the worst, most of the people on the planet. And you follow an example. Oh, just let it hang out, do my thing, and they, and that's why divorce so high in America, right? Because they don't feel they have to discipline themselves, and whatever emotion they have, you're supposed to go along with it. Bullshit with that. I'm not gonna let anybody put me, I had, like I said, a demon. And she put me on an emotional trip, man. I mean, it wasn't for reciting, right? Slots. She destroyed me. In fact, she helped me with that. Because I found out, that you're gonna adjust them slots. You find out how much you need to take. How much, how much medicine you need to take to solve this problem. How much exercise you need to do. So I kept saying, oh man, until I got to the point where I said, well, I had to make like an hour and a half or 2 hours of slot every day. And then all of a sudden, it didn't bother me as much as anymore. Because she had me depressed. The woman had me depressed, man. Always one thing after another, all the damn time. Always a damn problem. I said, damn, but it ain't peace. Emotional holocaust, a roller coaster. Right? And I said, woof. Right? So I kept on after I got to some point, and that's why she walked away. The bottom line, I shouldn't be going this kind of stuff, bro. That's why she ended up walking away, because she got to the point where she couldn't get me on the roller coaster anymore. I wasn't reacting to all that emotional stuff, because she had me upset, man, all the time. I'm still trying to work, trying to take care of this, take care of that, right? Trying to take care of the family, all these different things. I had my business at the time. Well, for a while, I was an employee. And now, when I moved, came to Jersey, I started my contracting business. But I was employed. When I was with her, and man, it was like all the time. Right? And I kept making more and more, and I got to the point where it didn't bother me so much anymore. And when she saw she couldn't give me emotional, I wouldn't react to all that emotional crap anymore. Right? It backfired on her. She didn't have a nervous breakdown, because when she saw she couldn't get me react to all that stuff, then she started turn up the volume. She really got bad. One time, I shouldn't get this kind of stuff, but I'm trying to get a point here. One time I asked her a question about as a joint checking account, right? And there was I said, where'd that come from? It's kind of expensive. So I asked, I said, do you know anything about this? Man, she jumped up, started howling and screaming. She jumped on the floor. You know, like how you had a roach when you turn upside, like turn upside down. What the hell's wrong with you? I said, that's your goddamn question. That's what I was dealing with. right? Like I said, when she left, that was the best day of my life. I'm out of here and want a divorce. Bye. See you. No, don't want to see you. Yeah, she had a nervous breakdown and left. Right? I said, keep going. Well, about that emotional thing. So, listen, sisters, you know, I'm just trying to say these brothers are emotional too. You can be some of them worse than these sisters. But I'm just saying, right? They put that on you, but some of you are a little more emotional than it should be. But I'm not saying, I shouldn't even say it that way. Because I've seen guys, I mean, it's different between male and female. Only females, they do have a little more emotional quotient than men do. Right? But, you know, but you still have to show discipline on both sides, male and female. That's how you have peace. Peace through discipline, not through emotions. Emotions is about your enjoy peace. You need emotions because that's how you enjoy stuff. But if you leave it out of control, like fire, if you don't have control, it burns up everything. But if you use the control, you can cook stuff and make things happen. Move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, let me read this quick and I'm going to move to my main thing right here. If they should come you have captives, you would ransom them, whereas their turning out itself wasn't law for you. Do you then believe in part of the book and disbelieve in the other, like they do every Sunday? They believe in part, they believe in the other. In other words, they believe in, maybe have come, but they don't believe in the part about we going home. They believe in, Aaron, but they don't believe in the part that what he did when America, see? And says, what then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world? On the day of resurrection, they should be sent back to the most grievous chastisement. That's about to happen to them. Because they have to answer that. It says, what then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world? They can find disgrace here, right? And then on the day of resurrection was supposed to happen in a minute. Resurrection, when that war takes place, when the resurrection takes place, so they should be sent back to a grievous chastisement. So we're sent back to where? Brothers and sisters, you best, I ain't gonna tell you read or not. It's up to you. Son of perdition. Okay, let me give my brief critique. Now, it says, that's all he did was accuse our people. You got a little time left to repent. God don't like the ungrateful. You know, you can kiss my ass on that one. Right? Because first of all, I ain't got a goddamn thing to be grateful for, and neither do you. And what we got to be grateful for? 400, the Holocaust? What do we grateful for? What do we got to be grateful for? You be grateful when you get your reward, dumbass. You're grateful when you get your reward. We haven't got the reward yet. Now, you might be grateful for Elijah coming, but y'all wasn't grateful for that. If you're a Levite, right? But you're grateful when you get your reward, when you get your paycheck. So what do we got to be grateful for? He ain't being here. See, Farrakhan's grateful because he's a millionaire. See, he loved this world's life. See, because he's a demon. The demons love this world's life. So he got stuff to be grateful for. But what we got to be grateful for? Tell me what the hell we got to be grateful for. God don't love it. And then he says, he goes further, right? We got to be thankful to Master. Wait a minute, hold it. For what? And because the air we breathe. And Master Muhammad don't give me my air to breathe. Hell, he breathe air himself. He don't control my air. I have to thank him for my air I breathe. He says he's our nephew. He calls his uncle. So y'all so full of shit, they're crazy. We don't have a goddamn thing. We haven't got home yet. Remember it says you have to go through all that hell and everything else before you even get to here? The resistance? I ain't grateful for that. I'm grateful that we got out of the Holocaust. But hell, we got a lot of shit to still go through. I ain't got a goddamn thing. I'm grateful for. I'm not even grateful for this damn body I got. Try to live and be 76 years old. You think that's a good thing? That's hell. Because you're not autopilot anymore. When you were 16, 30, you was on autopilot. You had to worry about stuff. You're 76, man. It's total standard submission, transmission. I guess you call it, right? You got to control everything. I got to spend 4 to 5 hours at the gym every day. You think I like doing that? Get 2 o'clock in the morning? Now I go to a 24-hour, 24/7 gym, 2 o'clock in the morning, stay at about 7. And I ain't planning on working out. I don't be talking around, all that kind of crap. Then I go later on again, and later on in the day. Then I got to do the fasting, get everything slack. You think I got time? You think I want to do all that? Just so I can walk around and without pain and carrying on? So what, I got to be grateful for that? People might live 1,000 years. In this condition, you think I want to live 1,000? I wouldn't want to live 5 more years in this condition. If we don't get a new rejuvenated body, I don't want this. I don't want to live in this prison. So, man, I tell you, those folks, ooh. See, the accuse of our brethren. See, we have nothing. We have nothing to be. I ain't ask people to be grateful for me. Once you receive the benefit that I'm giving you, yeah, maybe you should be grateful for that. But the benefit ain't me giving you the angel. The benefit is me getting your ass home. Angel's the path to get home. You give somebody the ladder to get up to there's a flood coming, you give them a ladder so you can get up, right? Okay, well, the ladder's to get them to be grateful, to get up, then they be grateful. The ladder's just transition. Then you get up and tell, oh, I'm grateful, man, that ladder saved my ass. But the ladder ain't saved you yet, because you still got to climb it, and you don't know if it's going to work or not. And the master, we got to thank the Master Muhammad for giving us the ability to breathe and eat. Really? Really? No? When Master Muhammad comes and takes and delivers us home, thank you, brother. I'm grateful that you guys stayed out of there. Right? You better read, look what grateful, have you look up the definition of grateful? I did before I got here, before I did this. It's gratitude for something that you received, a reward that you got. What reward have we gotten since we've been here? What reward have we got since we've been here, fool? You don't hear me tell me you gotta be grateful. I ain't never told anybody, even people that claim to be with me, I never said you had to be grateful for me or anything. I tell you, I tell them you got to get on the case and get you have to get yourself together, because you've been given the responsibility, if you accept it, for other people's lives, right? And you don't want that on you, because the people are gonna blame you for the failure because you stepped up and you claimed that you was for them and you didn't do the job. Because if people lost, who do you think they're going to blame? People lost for lack of knowledge. Who do you think they're going to blame? They ain't going to blame me. I'm out here giving accurately every day, putting myself on the line, making sacrifices. Sacrifice everything for it. And I ain't asked to do this. I really don't want to do it. Okay. So that fool, I fell asleep on wake up. I said, whoa. I was sleeping the last hour of it, I think. Because he just kept saying the same damn thing over and over again. Right? And then he give all these stupid, they got a contest over there about who could most who's the dumbest. Between Ishmael, Jeffrey, and Daniel. And I think Jeffrey wins. I think he's the dumbest of all. I mean, they're dumb, but that boy, I think he's the dumbest of all of them. He's been, 2 hours talking about absolutely nothing. We should be grateful for this, and I forgot all the terms he was using. But don't love them. God does not. They're not ungrateful and all that kind of stuff. No, once you get there and once you receive the reward, and then you're not grateful for the reward, then that's a difference altogether. But it says only a few will be grateful anyway. It says it would be so terrible. The Quran says that what we got to go to be so terrible, so only a few will be grateful anyway. So God's going to throw them in hell? No. When you say like that means you're going to understand it. Right? Because, well, I understand why they're not grateful, man. Look what they went through. They lost their parents, they lost their children, they lost this, they lost that, and everything. They made it, but damn. Why would you want to be grateful for that? You made it, but damn, I mean, there's a lot of stuff, you know. So I'm not asking anybody to be grateful for anything. I'm not even asking people to be grateful for the sacrifice I'm making. Nobody asked me to make this sacrifice. You ain't asked me to make it. I didn't ask you to be grateful for anything. I'm just telling you, giving you information, and you can choose to do it. That's why I said I'm not warning you. I'm just giving you information. Now, if you choose to accept it and profit from it, that's your business. I'm not here to warn you. And if anybody refuses to accept this light, they turn the light turns on, and they close their eyes. Who they hurting? See, I got my own problems. That's why I say, Master, I'm just gonna sit down there and tell you what to do when you get home. I mean, the man's what? He's 100-some years old now. Now I don't know what condition he's in. I know what condition I'm in. And I ain't happy about it. It's a struggle every day just to keep myself in decent shape and then still do this. So what the hell I gotta be grateful for? So if that's based on you, then God don't love me, then hell whatever that God is, hell with him. Because if that's the case, I can't relate to him. Because you ain't give me something, tell me what I'd be grateful for. Sisters and brothers, you got a great reward coming, but you haven't got it yet. And if you're grateful for what you got right now, then why waste time giving any more? Think about it. Those who love this world's life, doesn't that imply gratitude? There's no point for them in the hereafter. Did you read between the lines there? I'm saying, you listen to these people, and they say shit they don't know what the hell they're talking about. And they're talking, and they're going to have to give an account for what they're saying, and they're going to be humiliated in the worst way possible. You can't imagine what's going to happen to these people. And they hope they're demons, because they're demons, right? Well, we understand demons. We understand devils. They're going to lie and everything else because they're trying to stay alive. We can't argue with that. I mean, you create something alive. The part is, you got to almost respect it because they love the life that we gave them. So, hey, how can you get mad at somebody who loved the life you gave them? How can you get mad at somebody who loved the life? They loved the life we gave them. They loved the life we gave them. But the point is, that time is over. But they want to hold on to it. See? So they're grateful. The devils are grateful. They want to hold on to what we gave them. Isn't that the best expression of gratitude? They're going to fight to death to keep this life we gave them. Think about that. They're going to fight to death to keep this life we gave them. They're going to do anything they can to keep this life we gave them. Some of these devils, man, they could be suffering and pain and crying and everything else, and they still fight for life. They be 200 years old, still they're Dr. Hold me. I don't want. They want to see Jesus, but they don't want to see him right away. And they can be suffering like hell, and they still, oh man, okay, stay alive for another second. Someone like that, I wouldn't like that. If I lose control, hey man, I'm out of here. But someone like that, they loved it. So you can't argue with that. You gave me his life. I love it. I want to stay here. No, but you can't stay here, man, because you cause too much trouble. We can't let you go. Oh, man, come on, please. Let me stay. How can you argue with that? But they got to go. Right? But they got to pay consequences. You can't get away with consequences. They put a consequence on themselves. They told, do not mess with that tree. It said, do not mess with the tree, or you be unjust. That means what they was doing was just. Making me shed blood, that was just. But mess with us, cause to be unjust, they got to pay for that. Because the just way they was doing, that was the fit in the time frame. That was the winner matrix. right? But now, you understand? They're in the spring, and they was doing things they shouldn't have been doing. They said, don't mess that tree. So they got to pay the consequence of that. Other than that, just get rid of them. They're like the demons, right? They, 5 months. But the traitors, Ishmael, those kind of clowns, man, they said, no, we don't burn them up. We don't burn them up. We put them in the furnace, right? Let them cook, fry, boil, right, for a long time. Hey, when they see about turning the steam, no, turn it back down. We're gonna boil for a long time. Oh, it's like that. It's like that. Oh, it's like that. See? Because they have to give their lives because our people lost their lives for lack of knowledge. So they got to pay for all the lives that was lost because of that bullshit they was doing. Make clear to you now? That's their consequence. So a million people was lost because of them? That's a million lives. Million lives. How many lives were lost? All those years, how many lost? Altogether, was that 10,000 years? All their life together they would have that they deserve because they went to the Holocaust? Because your dumb ass was out there teaching this bullshit? Blocking the light? So a million years worth of life was lost? Somebody's got to pay for that. You're the one that caused it. So you get the consequence of it. Oh, you understand that one? Or maybe you do, maybe you don't. Okay. Let me show you this bell. Like I said, I'm gonna try to. I did this. I took some lot. I'm gonna close out. I hope this is good because, like I said, I spent a lot of time doing this bell. I try to give a graphic idea, basic idea, so don't hold it against me. But it's just general. Generally, it's the idea, right? So let me see if I can make this bigger, and it's just give you the basic idea of what's going on, but in a kind of vector kind of way, right? Not exactly, but anyway, look. See here, now I was talking about how, see here, black folks, because they're going every different direction. They see that's how they got divided. Oh well, I'm gay, I'm homosexual, I'm Christian, I'm Buddhist, I'm this, everything else, right? So that's what they got. They got vectors, but everybody's going a different direction. One body. So when that happens, right? Then we just spin around, but going nowhere. See, we got a lot of energy, but see, energy mismatched. We going all around circles. We ain't going nowhere. That's our people. We're not going anywhere because everybody's going in different directions. And that's where Hajj comes in. And that's what the two prophets are supposed to do. But how can they achieve Hajj when they ain't, I ain't want to get into that, brothers and sisters. Because they have to pay for what they're doing. Anyway, so that's our people right now. We're going around in circles. But then Elijah Muhammad comes along and gets trying to focus in one direction. Now all that force is going in one direction now. Oh, wow. Going home. Vector, right? Force times direction, right? And then, remember, but that means if we leave here, they lose control of us. That means fear, because they do all the things they did to us. Plus, they benefit from us because we have so much energy. We don't have more than them, but we have so much. And they profit because they control our energy. Like I said, if you got 20 children, everyone gets the same amount of energy you get, but now you control it well, so you can use it by your Lamborghini and everything else. You should be using it for their education and stuff, right? But they control our energy. And we're a nation, and within a nation. So they don't want to that's why Pharaoh didn't want to let us go. Because remember, we was building all this stuff for Pharaoh. We was doing all this stuff for Pharaoh. Man, we can't let them go, man. Look, he's building all this stuff for us. They were telling you it was benefited from our energy. So he said, we got to stop it. Boom. So when you understand vectors, to stop a vector, you have to have a vector that's equal in power, equal in force, and equal in direction. So something that pretends it looks, but ain't you. That's what false is. They pretend to be us. See? And so they set them up to stop us. And the bottom line is now you're not going anywhere. Ain't Farrakhan? You're not going, yeah. He's part of this. No, we're not going anywhere because that blocks us. But as we be more energized, that means America's got to put more energy, because remember, they're the ones that has to be doing this, because they're the ones who want to keep us here. So they got to be behind that. You see all the wisdom that's in this way by itself? They have to be behind a vector. They have to set up a vector. America has set up a vector that will be equal and opposite to us, that stop us from going anywhere, right? And it has to keep, energy has to keep being energized to match our energy. So that means it has to keep on giving more resources, more, spend more money, energy, right? Because that money's the energy, right? To keep the force equal, so we don't go anywhere. Because the force start weakening, then we can move it, push it. But as long as it's two cars, you got a car going 20 miles an hour north and over 20 miles an hour south, and they're not moving anywhere. But if one started going 10 miles, 120, then it's going to push the other one. But they got to keep it. So that means they got to spend a lot. As we get more energy, they got to spend more energy. Yeah. And so in other words, it's bankrupting them, because they got to spend all they got to do to keep that going. All the wars they had to fight, all the money they had to invest, and everything else to keep all Israel there, because the whole purpose is to keep us from going anywhere. That's the purpose. Mentally, physically, going anywhere. You understand? Okay, let's move on. But what's the threat there? But you got a threat, Iran. That's attempting to take them out. And you can't let that be taken out, because then we leave. You can't they can't let false Israel go down, because that whole point is to keep us from leaving. And so who's the threat to them? Iran. You get the point, brothers and sisters? See the vectors, how it's worked? That's why they gotta, remember, they gotta keep energy, gotta use all the energy they can to keep false Israel in the same direction and the same force. So this is another, they have to deal with this, a force that's working to take false Israel out. So now they got to spend a lot of energy to neutralize that force. Right? Now you see how this thing works, why it's happening like it's happening? They can't tell you this. That's why the angel explains all this, and then I take and put it in mathematics, explain even better. Why the angel's saying what it's saying. So he takes out false Israel. They take out false Israel, which is about to happen. When that happens, what? Then bam. Now you come home. Nothing to stop you. False Israel's gone. That was the only thing holding you back. You understand what I'm saying? And on top of that now, they see America's in trouble. They got China, India. They're on the move. And that's totally in sync with the time, but I'm just giving you in general, because this take a lot of work on this, right? Okay? And what? Boom, they come and take out America. That's what's going to happen, brothers and sisters. Remember, the time is not exactly, right? But the idea, right? Because when we leave, when the Levites leave at the same time they show up, that's the part of the Red Sea. Right? And then what? Now America is at war in Russia. And it's between Russia and Europe. Both of them fight. They fight. Trump is, I tell you, it says the wisdom and will destroy it, because what he's doing right now is he's writing his own obituary, because he's making enemies of Europe. So now they're going to end up fighting Europe. He don't realize that. That's what I'm saying, that wisdom will be destroyed. He's creating enemies all over the planet. And that's why I told you all the plans could be against America. You didn't believe it when I told you. But isn't everybody against America now? Didn't I tell you that years ago? Everybody's be against America, and that you see it right before your eyes. You see it right before your eyes. Everybody's against America now, because America got terrorists. It's going to do all this. It's going to take Greenland. It's going to take Panama. It's going to take other countries, but you better not take another country, right? And it turned against Europe. You see? So that's the long. Like I said, I'm still working. I want to make that perfect that, but it took me a long time to get that far, so I leave it there. And it says during that time, read chapter 12. It says that's when the Crusader brethren cast down, and we know If you got any paying attention at all, you know this is basically days away, if not seconds. All eyes on the Middle East right now, the entire world. Not just because of two things: abomination, desolation, exactly what the scriptures say, and the war in heaven, which is part of the war in heaven. Everybody's focused on the Middle East. I've been telling you this for years. Farrakhan said, "Hey man, it's Armageddon." And where's it, Farrakhan? I thought God told you to be silent. See, if you a puppet master, what they call those dummies they have, you sit down, what they call those things? Dummies, I guess, right? So if you told the shit up, the dummy should be moving either, right? You see what I'm saying? So the Ishmaelites should shut up too, shouldn't they? It's so full of shit over there. And the thing is, I'm like, they got fasted. Boy, ooh, tomorrow's my day. I eat, man. I can't wait. Only a couple more hours. Because I know I can feel my hand around their throat. Right? I'm just doing, I keep saying, man, it got to be next Sunday. Got to be next Sunday. Got to be. Right? Because, we can't be too much longer. See? And some people, I guess they wish it wouldn't come because they messed up. You messed up with me, boy. You through. It tells you very clearly. Do not F around. You mess around with the guy called Son of Man over there. Don't mess around with Joshua. Don't mess around with Jonah. Don't mess around with those guys. Don't mess around with them. Right? Don't mess around. Master Muhammad said, "Day of wrath comes." Said, "Who will be able to stand?" And you around here playing games, lying, all that kind of stuff. You think it says you'll be spanked, be crushed. I got time for your bullshit. This is critical times, and I ain't happy about it. I ain't looking forward to it. Like Elijah Muhammad told that brother, do not pray for that day because you don't know what you're up against. And I know more about it than you do, and I don't want to go through it. And I'm gonna be taken out of it. And I still don't want to go through it. It says time of Jacob's trouble. It said time of Jacob's deliverance. It said time of Jacob. It says deliverance, but it's time of Jacob's trouble. And then he'd be delivered out of it. His trouble, and Jacob's trouble was terrible. I ain't happy about any of this. I ain't happy about what's happened in the past. I'm getting here. I ain't happy about the last 30 years. I ain't happy about a goddamn thing. I ain't happy about the fact that this thing is delayed. It shows you why Jonah got upset about that. I'm not a happy person. I ain't angry. Yeah, I am angry. I'm taking that back. I am angry. Right? But I'm not discombobulated. I'm not ain't changes. They say my blood pressure's high. I don't know why. That's right. I did check. It's a little higher than I expected it to be, but it's not off the page. Right? But I'm not depressed. But that's only because of my slots. So I ain't have anything. Right? If you're wrathful, how can you be wrathful and happy at the same time? Does that explain anything to you? The God ain't happy either. He said, "Day of wrath has come." What the hell we got to be happy about? Day of wrath has come. If you're wrathful, you ain't happy, and your blood pressure ain't low either. Because you out here kick ass. Anybody gets in your way is going to be in trouble. You better read the scriptures again if you've been reading it all. Day of wrath has come, and we're here now. Anybody who's paying attention, I've been talking about this for years, and now we're here. Now we're here. It's not a joke. And anybody look, you ain't seen, you look on the internet, you ain't never seen anything like this before. Never. Not even 3 years ago. It's so hot over there right now. In fact, they could be at war right now. I mean, they are telling you to get war. Just think about it. You got little Yemen, and they don't control the whole country. Remember that. The Houthis don't control the whole country. Right? They don't have much manufacturing or anything. Right? They're the poorest country on the planet. That's what they say. Yet they're kicking America's ass. America dropping bombs, everything on them. And the Houthis kicking their ass. And then he'll go up against Iran? And let me say one last thing, brothers and sisters. See, how stupid devils are. Now, Iranians, they used to be black. The original Persian was black, right? And they're original people. But, you know, they turned whites like the Arabs did, right? But, you know, they invented chess. Very, very, and very technical. See, the Arabs, the Sunnis, and he had it all wrong, too, about Satan. Satan is not the jinn. Let me move on. But the thing is that they saying that you need, if you have uranium enrichment of 60 degrees, 60%. See, the reason having nine, in other words, I don't want to go into the math of it, right? But when you the higher percentage you get, the greater the chance of reaction. You can get a reaction at 60% if you're good at know what you're doing. You get a nuclear reaction at 60%, but you have to be very good at how you set this thing up. But you improve your chances as you get to closer and closer to, because uranium actually reacts. That's what radiation is, right? It's radiating. You know, it's technically exploding, but very slow motion. That's radiation, because radiation is throwing atoms out and radiation out. Right? I don't want to explain it, but so like if you understand, the sun's exploding too. It's a slow motion because it's blowing all the energy out, but it just goes right. It's just slow motion. It takes millions of years to do it, but it's slow motion. But it's exploding. Explosion means when you're expanding, right? I know you don't think of it like that, but anyway. So uranium is actually exploding, but it's slow motion. But you want to speed it up to make it explode like in a second. See, because when they say half-life of uranium, that means like, I think half-life is like 10,000 years or whatever. That means it decays because it takes 10,000 years for it to completely finish exploding, and it changes to another form. But if you get to close to 100%, that means it explode instantly. And that's a powerful explosion because you cause everything around to explode. You know, you eat, and I don't want to move to details, brothers and sisters, I'll get too much into it. So you can do it at 60%, like I said, you increase it, but it's difficult. But the point is, it don't take much to go from 60% to 90%. 100% is very unstable. I don't think, I'm not sure if they use 100% because that's very unstable. It's very difficult to keep that under control, right? If I get it right. Then they use plutonium, which is even more volatile than uranium. But the bottom line is that they have it, and they can easily spin from 60 to 90%. It takes maybe a week to do it. It depends how many centrifuges you have. If you got 1,000 centrifuges, you probably do it in a couple of days, maybe a few hours, because the more you got, the faster it's able to do it. If you understand that, look up that, maybe you understand it. So bottom line is, if you was going to make a nuclear bomb, see, the Koreans, North Koreans, they did it. They were smart, and they didn't know they was doing it until it was too late. But if you wanted to do it, and you know the people was going to try to stop you from doing it, then would you be stupid like Americans tell you stupid? So, well, they got the rich uranium, but then it's going to take them weeks to put the bomb together, because once you get, because uranium is just the fuel, right? Right. So you got to put fuel inside a bomb, right? And then you get the explosion, and then you need a missile to get the bomb where you want it to go. So America, the way they stand on there, and I don't know, this bullshit, if they really thinking that way, they got to be totally out of their damn mind. Well, they're going to enrich it, and then it'll take them about a couple of weeks to make the bomb, and then they got to take maybe a month or two to put a missile together to shoot the bomb. I said, are you out of your goddamn mind? The uranium is, if you was going to do that, what would you do? While you was enriching the stuff, wouldn't you be making the bomb? Wouldn't you be making the missile? So by the time you got enriched, everything be ready. Well, you got a couple of hours to put it together. Why would you wait? Oh, let me finish enriching. Then, okay, y'all got it ready. Okay, let's figure out how to make a bomb. Oh, we made a bomb. Let's figure out how to put it on a missile. Is that dumb? No. And some people think Iran already have an atomic bomb. And I that's a whole nother story altogether. Because if you go look this up, when the Soviet Union fell, there was like 1,000 or maybe 4,000 or 5,000 suitcase nuclear bombs that turned up missing. They don't know where they went. They said the general sold them to people. Sold them to who? If you have it, you ain't gonna tell anybody you got it, right? A suitcase. So look, it fits inside a suitcase. So if you're a diplomat, you come over here and they can't look in your suitcase, right? Plant one right near the White House. I'm just saying, but I think it's 1,000 or so forth that they don't know what happened. They know they're out there somewhere. They don't know who has them, right? And remember, the Soviet Union is around the border of Iran, and they friendly. Okay, it doesn't matter. If you understand the engine, you know how it's going to turn out. It's just a matter of time and based on what it looks like, look, they're going to do a preemptive. They actually saying it. Attack True Promise 3, they call it. That's the result. Remember they were supposed to retaliate when the false Israel hit them last time? They said, we're still going to do it. They said today, said yesterday, we're still going to do it at our own time. That means that's a preemptive attack. They say they may do it any minute now. So all the things I've been saying is right in focus right now, everything. It just, once it happens, boom. And then accused of our brethren is cast down. Farrakhan is gone. Farrakhan, he'll escape with the demons. But the rest of those guys, they better hope they get out with him. Because if they get caught trying to get out of there, ooh. Well, they're going to get caught eventually. See? But they're going. And it would not be pretty. Would not be pretty. Okay? And I thought about this. I've been thinking about this lately. I get kind of, I feel bad for some of his sisters, right? Because his sisters hung up with some of these fools that was no damn good. And they gave birth to their seed. And now the fool, he's going, the seed's going with him, and she's going to lose her children. See? Hey, that can't be helped. That can't be helped. That's going to happen. See? And a lot of sisters going to be upset about that one. There's no choice on that one. They had to come to a mathematical understanding quick. Because that's what it's going to be. Because if they go down, their seed's going with them. And otherwise, so that's why I stood about Lot's wife. They don't put us stood in for no reason. So are you going to be Lot's wife? You're going to go down too? Or are you going to recover? So, okay, whoa, man. No. I know it's going to be a very emotional thing for sisters. I know that. But we're going to clean house, get rid of all the demons, all these traitors. It will not be any of that stuff going home and hereafter. We're going to close out, brothers and sisters. Oh, not do this? Okay. Okay, I'm not going to do this. Okay, I'm going to close out, brothers and sisters. Hope you understand. Hell's about to break loose, brothers and sisters. Hell's already broke loose in many ways. Because you're about domination, desolation. Right? But when that war breaks, and it's going to happen any day now, just whoa. Assalamu alaikum. let me say one more thing, brothers, before I close out. I talk about the dilemma. I want to make that clear, and I'm going to close. If I can. Hold on. Now, I talked about it enough, so let me just say a couple things here. So the world is on dilemma right now, and it's all because of you. And it's very complicated. But you understand from a Victor point of view, vectors, you understand what's going on. But the bottom line is, it's the big dilemma. And the big dilemma is how they deal with this. And, well, let me do this book and then close. I shouldn't do this. I should just let this go. Hold on, Bill, scissors. Because you're in the middle of all of this. You're in the middle of all of this. Right here. And that's what you need to understand. You're in the middle of all of this. I tried to show you that graphic I just did. Oops. See, you had this 2,000-year controversy, the Jews and the Christians. Now, according to the Bible, when Jesus came on the scene, the Jews were in control. And the first followers of Jesus were, Jesus supposed to be a Jew, and the initial followers was Jews too, right? And a long story I tell about Paul sometime. Paul, his name was originally Saul. And Paul was a persecutor of the Christians, right? Now, he was a Jew. He was a persecutor. And if you look at what Paul teaches, he turned Judaism into what they call Christian today. He didn't once made it what they call Christians today. But first was Catholicism, because it says okay to eat pork and all this stuff. Yeah, Paul, he's the one who okayed all that stuff. Right. I don't want to go into details. So where I see it is Paul. He said, you can't beat him, join him. So he went and joined from inside, right? But originally, all those so-called Jesus followers and everything, disciples was all Jews, and the original Christians was all that. So Paul came along, and so he started what you call with Catholicism, where you can mix Romanism. Like that's the bottom line is okay. Anyways, they chose over 2,000 years. So the British and the Catholicism is like mixture of Roman religion, all that kind of stuff, right? And so Britain was first to break away from the church, and that's called Protestant. Protested. They protested the church. That's where it came from. And that's why let's say Christianity is 500 years old, because Christianity, you know, baptism, all that kind of stuff, that came out of the British Gog and Magog tradition. Okay? But Jews and Christians have been at each other's throat. And during the so-called Dark Age, they used to run to Spain with the Moors that black folks was ruling, right, for protection from the Christians. That's what the Jews did, right? Because they had each other. So back in the 30s, they was trying to radical, they finally came to a head where they said, final solution, they're going to get rid of all of them. And they came close to it. And Elijah, they should kiss Elijah's ass, because Elijah saved their ass. Because by him saying, we choose Abraham, they said, they stopped killing the Jews. They said, we need them. Because I told you that vector. Because no, we got to say because we can't have these niggas talking about they the Jews. Because they come together, remember? Because they all directions. If we come together, they want focus, a vector, and point in one direction. That's powerful. Right now, we got vectors put every direction. I'm a Christian, I'm a Jew, I'm a Buddha, I'm all that stuff. You understand what I'm saying here? So That's the thing. So the point is that let me check my sound here.
So that's
Okay. So the bottom line is, the Jews, they got itself. Remember, if you run Daniel, they said they enslaved us. They was much they enslaved just like the Christians did. It was Jews and the Christians enslaved us. The bronze and the iron slaved the tree. But the bottom line is they still hate each other. But they need each other because they need to stop us from rising, and they needed false Israel to do that. So that's why he said false Israel. But false Israel knows they hate them, but they need them. And when you need somebody because you hate them, you only need them as long as the reason you you keep them around, as long as you need them. And the need was to keep us behind who we were. But it says that there was plan to eradicate us. And so they don't need them until they got eradicated us. It tells us, let's deal wisely with them. Let's deal shrewdly with them. It says throw them in the river. You couldn't have brought them through the river. I explained all these things to you. So the point is they need them as long as until they get rid of us. They don't need them anymore. They back each other's throat. Now the Jews know this. That's the dilemma. That's what's going on right now. If you understand that principle, you understand the dynamics of what's going on right now. Because Jews know that. They know they only need them to keep us from finding who we are. Right? And so America can't let, because if they can't let false Israel fail, because then we find who we are, then we become one vector, and we fight against them and lead a country. And so they make it forward with China. They make China all riled up. Why? They made China a powerhouse. America made China a powerhouse. They sent those industrial jobs there. And they said, so why don't they stop? All you got to do is stop. All you got to ask yourself a question. Okay, China, so, well, yeah, but China's economics is dependent on America. If you cut America, stop economic program, China would have dropped because their economics would collapse if they couldn't deal with America anymore. That's their primary market. Just like false Israel, they can't do anything about oil. Where they getting it from? They get it from the Arabs, the one they're persecuting. Yes, this stuff don't make any sense. No, it don't make any sense until you understand what's going on, what's driving it. Because the Arabs, he's talking about the prodigal son today. He don't know what he's talking about. That's Ishmael, the older brother. They got the land. They say, oh, yeah, man, bottom line is. You understand? So that's the dynamics of what's going on. Because they need false Israel until they can find out how to get rid of us. And the plan that we get rid of us is a war with China, 200 million man army, where they have to draft almost all their men and almost all of us get rid of us. Because you ain't making no babies if you're dead. You ain't making no dead babies if you're in prison. They couldn't abort you. That's another way to do it. That's what it says, if you understand Angel. This is very deep stuff. It says throw them into the river. You think, oh, what? They try to tell you Nile. It's very deep stuff. But it says they're planning in a way that you can't see it. Only Suleiman will come and explain it. He said, we'll explain all that stuff. He pull up their skirt. He explain all that stuff. They're hiding. That's their plan. That's why they say, oh, why they keep dealing with China? They worry about China, but China's getting stronger. America's making them stronger. Why? Why they keep on? Why they keep helping false Israel? Why they keep doing these things? Why they bring people across the border? Don't make any damn sense until you understand what's going on here. Because they need to get rid of you. But if they get rid of you, they need people. Who kind of jobs you got? The job that people across the border could take. They need somebody to stand in transition to take those jobs once you're gone, and then they can send their ass back home. They need China to get rid of your ass. And so, hey, see, we're fighting a war. So they need to be able to draft your ass, right? And they couldn't do it under Elijah Muhammad because Elijah Muhammad made you exempt. Because of the Ali thing, and Farrakhan comes and said, no, we're going to fight for America. It's going to belong to us. You see the story? You see how this shit fits together? That's the whole plan, but they can't tell you. Remember, they discreetly in the background. But false Israel knows that plan. Says, damn, man, if they get rid of them, they ain't going to get rid of us because they hate us too. But they don't hate keeping us to keep them. So we got to do something to make sure that happen. So we got to get nuclear weapons. That's why they try to stop them getting nuclear weapons. Now they got nuclear weapons. And they said, well, we got to be controlled. So if when they get rid of them, right? So that's why I got to take over the Middle East. Because the Middle East is where the oil that fuels all this stuff. They get that, America can't touch them. Christians can't touch them. They got control of oil, fuels the whole reality, and they got control of nuclear weapons. They can defend themselves. Right? But they can't do that long until that's why they had that program giving all the Arab countries, 7 Arab countries, surround Iran, then finally take Iran, then they have control of the Middle East. Is all this stuff coming together for you? Then once that happened, right? But they need to take out Iran. That Iran's the only thing stopping them. So now they know they can't take out Iran, so they got to get America to do it. So they tell America, you got to take out Iran. But America don't want to take out Iran up front because they don't have no reason to take out Iran. They only do the false Israel say, well, if we don't take out Iran, they're going to take out false Israel. They're telling you. Iran will take out false Israel. So we got to stop them because they can't let false Israel go. They actually saying it, but they can't tell you the reason behind it. Because America don't have an interest in Iran. It's only false Israel does. False Israel need Iran to go so they can take over the Middle East. So they got to get Iran to go before they take us out. Before they had a war with China. Where's they pushing? They said, war with China's going to be any day now. You see how this shit comes together? This is their plan. And I'm telling you about it. And some of you paying attention, no, whatever. That's the plan. That's the dilemma. So America's at a dilemma now, man. You know, if I take out Iran right now, right? You see what I'm saying? Then who's going to take out false Israel? If I take out Iran, they got control of the Middle East. Right? See? But if I don't take out Iran, they will take out false Israel. Then the blacks going to rise up. I see the great army. We got to get rid of them. See? And false Israel said, no, man, you got to take out. That's why I push the thing, you got to take out Iran. Because we know y'all about to take out them niggas. We got to take out Iran, right? So we can take care of the Middle East. No, we don't want them to take care of the Middle East. If we get rid of, if we get rid of Iran, they're gonna take over the Middle East. Then they're gonna be more powerful than us because they control the resources. They control our economy. You understand the dilemma that's going on there? That's going in their minds. That they do it above your head because they don't want you to know what's going on. It's all about you. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Sulman Rahim here, mention the covenant, break our 7 seals. Fear. 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 It has a state of fear, paralyzing fear, for nearly 500 years. Doing them as they've done to you. Double. We're going to push that fear back onto them. Fear, unrelenting fear. As Elijah Muhammad taught, you experience fear in the womb. Because what they would do, or they would just start your journey, repression in the womb. Because the mother's emotions affects the child as she's birthing. They put in such great fear, the child will be in fear, born in fear. And then they would take, they said, and I'm not paraphrasing a little bit, but the general idea is true, correct. Say that they would do this to other women. They would take a baby, if she had no womb, they'll cut her womb open. Baby's still in there, right? Snatch the baby out and crush his brains with their foot. This is documented. It's not conspiracy theory or something made up. It's how wicked. And you say, these people, the Bible has a statement, can a tiger change the stripes? No. They haven't changed. If they got in that situation, they would do it again. That's why these people run into I'm a fish bump and all that kind of stuff. They got something coming. How can you dismiss what they did to us? That means you don't value your ancestors, what they did. But a lot of it's just out of fear. They acting like they're out of fear. Oh man, let's be nice to these white folks, man, because they could do this to us, do that to us. They tell their children that too. Be careful, man. Especially like 700 years ago, right? After so-called Civil War. Be careful. Don't do this. You see a white woman walk down the street, especially in the South, right? But it's in the North too. Don't get it twisted. Turn your eyes away. Say yes, ma'am. They say yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Yeah. So they told you how to act. They told you that your family parents put you in fear. I said, be careful. You got to do this. I mean, it was legitimate. But you don't tell people going in, you see a tiger right there, go and jump on that tiger. Fear. Unrelenting fear for hundreds of years. And now people still reacting to this fear now. Some people still in state of shock. Still in fear. If you're in state of shock, then you lost. Because shock, you go into shock when it's all gone. It's at the point where the lion's got your ass, he's eating you. And you see there's nothing you can do. You go into shock. A lot of people in shock. That's why they act, talk like they're talking. Right? Oh, Jesus, help me. No, you can't say anything. You can't talk to people. They will not hear you. You better say anything against Jesus. I remember I had a contract many years ago in Philadelphia, right? And I was staying there, had an apartment there, right? Because the contract lasted about a year, I guess. I got me an apartment there, right? Because I used to travel all around the country when I had my own business, right? So I had a contract up there, and and this woman, right? She was I was like on third floor. I think she was on second floor, right? And And I kept my car down in the garage, and I had got purchased, I rented the garage downstairs, right? So one day she pops up in the garage, and she's gonna drop the Christian thing on me. So I'm listening. I'm a listener, right? I really listen to talk. I'm listening. I let her run it out, run it down, to ask her a couple of questions. I said, well, I said, can God see everything? Yeah, he can see everything. He can see everything. He knows everything. I said, can he see the future? Yeah, he can see the future. He knows what's going to happen before it happens and everything else. I said, would he make Adam? And she said, yeah. Then she started slowing down. I see she saw where I was going. I said, well, he knew Adam was going to mess up, so why did he make somebody mess up and then condemn to hell? She got the hell out of there. And she never talked to me no more about that. See, you can instruct people just with questions. Because she picked up where I was going, right? And you can't say those people. And that's why, as Exodus says, they traveled in the wilderness 40 years, and that was to get rid of those folks. Read Exodus. Because they knew they could not take to the promised land, because they was gone. They was in shock. You could not take those people home because their fear had went into shock. And if you got them there, they would secretly be calling on Jesus. They're in shock. Their fears got them in shock. And we're going to pay these folks for doing what they did. Because a lot of people, that's what it says in Exodus. How many, half the people? How many are people in that state? And these preachers are responsible for a lot of that. They're preaching that crap. That's why Elijah Muhammad said he wouldn't care if he wouldn't be in their shoes. The shoes made of gold and silver and diamonds. He's right. Because I said years ago, I says, when this war break, and I've been talking about this war for years. I'm going to talk about it a little more today. I said, when this war breaks out, and this thing turns around, these preachers will be turning to popsicles. You're going to see preachers on every damn corner. Gaddafi on a stick. Yeah, the only people going to get them. That's just preachers. I ain't getting into Mr. Son of Man out there and Ben X and all those folks. Oh, I could tell you, but I'm not doing. What's happening to those folks is unimaginable. Right? And death will be easy. They won't get that. See? Because, they understand what's going on here. Look what Elijah gave his life, years in jail, family issue, everything, and says Son of Man will suffer more than him. And look what they did. After all that work that Elijah did, and they turned on him in a dime and cursed the man. They don't just turn on him, they actually spoke against him. But day before, all praise be Allah, for I believe Muhammad, all praise be Allah, like they do this. And they said the Son of Man's sacrifice be greater than his. That's why I call him the Lamb. Says they used to call Elijah the Lamb. He never call himself the Lamb. Like I said, the eternal leader of the nation of Islam. They would say anything like that. That's bullshit they make up. That means he's a God, then, wouldn't it? If he's an eternal leader. But sacrifice, and phew, I wouldn't want to go through this again. And they say, oh man, people live 1,000 years. Hey man, you couldn't live 1,000 years in this body. I'm 76 years old. I can't imagine living this body another 20 years. And this, it's becoming more of a prison every day. And you're talking about 1,000 years in this thing? I can't imagine what I'd be like 1,000 years in this body. If this body is not renewed or something's happened to it, right? Who would want to be in this death trap? In this world. This body, you can't, I don't care if you're eating one meal every 20 days. And I'm doing all those things, and still, I'm healthy, but damn. It's a lot of work to do it. I'm like this, like my visions I had when I was a child. I'm tired. I'm tired as hell. I am really worn out, but I got to keep going. I'm saying it not to complain, but I'm trying to give you an idea of what it's all about. Because those clowns out there pretending that they got this, they're going to suffer immensely. I tell you, if you try to pretend you're something that you're not, there's a consequence for that. And they haven't paid the price. And I paid the price, and I'm paying. And this is not easy stuff. It's so easy. How come you can't do it? How come the LC can't do it? 2,000 years and they been able to do it. And like I said, those videos told me I'd be totally worn out when the time came in. Ooh, right? Yeah. But I can keep going. And I don't tell everybody all this shit because I'm not trying to complain here. I'm just trying to tell you, this is not a game. I'm trying to communicate that this is not a game. And that's if I just get on here and say, oh man, I got me an internet site, and I'm going to go out and talk every day. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. If I could give some else, I would gladly do it. And I'm 76, man. I'm worn out. I am worn out. But I'm still going. And I'm only saying that. See, people say, "Oh, no, I'm not complaining. I'm trying to show you. That's what a 100% commitment looks like." See, because you know what, you want to know what some people don't understand what 100% means. Is that 100% means like 100% of dinner time, 100% of Wednesday. 100% means 100% total. Okay? It means work, effort. And that's the vision I had. I climbed that mountain. And like it was got more kind of harder it came. Right? And then you got to deal with all the resistance. Then you got to deal with your own body resistance, just age. Right? And I'm saying, I'm doing all the things I'm supposed to do. I'm saying, damn, I can't imagine other folks out eating 3 meals a day and eating pork and everything else. That no one they walk around with diabetes and then how could you live in a body like that? Got diabetes and high blood pressure now. They say I got high blood pressure now. They say I got everything now. I don't see any symptoms of it. But I got, oh, you got this, you got to check for cancer. It's all bullshit, right? Like they told me years ago when I was, man, you got to have that colon screening thing. I kept on bugging me by the time we went and did it. Oh, you okay? See, no. But the thing is that it ain't easy. Okay? And like I said, if this body doesn't change, I got to get rid of it. Because I don't want to be sucking this thing another 10, 20 years. Because it takes, right now it's been like almost 5 hours in the gym every day just to keep my body going healthy. Why I got to spend 24 hours in the gym now? Before I could, like 2 hours a day, I was cool. That's 5 hours, at least 5 hours a day. And that's not 6 hours a day. Sometimes I go twice a day. Then the fasting, doing some more fasting I've ever done before, right? And you got to maintain you're careful with your diet and everything else, and and all the things you have to make. And my wife keeps saying, "Boy, today But anyway, because she keeps telling me, "Well, why don't you slow down?" I said, "How can I do that?" I said, "This whole nation depends upon me," and that's the truth. They depend on this vision, because if this vision is not right, then we're dead as a nation. We have no vision. And we're going to stay here. And you see what's happening in America? So in other words, we tied our wagon to America. And America is messy black. For all militaries, America's going to burn down. You can see it. Everybody's worried. And we tied our wagon to this place. And we don't have no place to go. It means then we got to fight for it. We got to stamp everything because we had nothing else to do. That's what they want you to think. We have an escape. That means we went through hard costs for nothing. If we ain't going anywhere, we stay here. And I ain't talking about my sacrifice. My sacrifice we've been doing stuff 30-some years for nothing. And forget about that. I'm just talking about the nations. That's my personal sacrifice. Right? Because information out. Because they're going to need it in a minute. If I wouldn't put this information, otherwise, somebody said, well, if you say they ain't going to come around until then, then why don't you go ahead and wait until then? Is that how it works? Is that how it works? That's how business works? work that way. Information has to be out there. I got to now or that. I'm putting a new mind into the world. You know, ocean is still. It's not moving. You don't see waves or anything. Then you throw a brick in there, all of a sudden you got ripples. That's going to affect the rest of the ocean. You may not notice it, but the formula is 1 over r squared. That means 1,000 miles away, you're going to still have it'll be a really undetectable vibration, but there will be a vibration there. That's how submarines are able to detect a submarine far away, thousands of miles away. Because those vibrations, they may get weaker and weaker and weaker, or you got to have something very sensitive enough to pick up any vibration at all, because there'll be a vibration there. See? They say whales make their mating call or something, and they say, I haven't checked this out, but that's what they say. And I haven't checked it out thoroughly. I mean, I've seen it posted. They say a male whale, they make a mating call, and the female on the other side of the planet hears it. So maybe that's true, maybe it's not. I don't know. I mean, it sounds fantastic, but that's been said, right? I mean, I read articles saying that kind of stuff, right? Anyway, fear. We've been under intense fear, and now people operating. I tried to explain it yesterday. People operating under great fear. I've been operating under great fear all my life. I didn't realize it. I didn't know that was my motivation was fear. I didn't realize it. I mean, I was motivated, but I didn't know, because I was saying, well, why am I doing this? I mean, I asked myself that. And I says, I'm an orphan. I don't have anybody. I didn't know what to do, right? But that one thing that had motivated, like I said, when I analyzed it, I said, damn, it was a fear of dying and going to hell that was motivating me. I said, damn, I don't want that. I gotta die one day. And this creep clopped up on me one day. Oh man, I was about to go to jail. I'm at the gym. Man, Jim, you trying to do your thing, right? This clown walks up on me. Oh devil. Hey man, are you saved? What you talking about? You saved? He said, you could die any second now, man. Then you end up in hell. Oh, boo. He caught me. He glad I caught myself. Because he snuck up on me like that damn, man. I had a chance. Boy, I almost had a chance, and I think, because my response would have been tapping my foot, but so far up his ass. Ooh, he snuck up on me. But I said, I caught myself fast enough. I said, man, I got away from that clown. I said, man, see, that's the kind of shit they do. Put that fear in you. You could die any second now, man. You end up in hell. They use fear. That's what Christianity is all about. Fear, fear, fear. But see, the point, the sealed Bible, you understand the sealed Bible. That's in the sealed Bible. No, not going to hell like, internal. There's no in sealed Bible. And Jehovah's Witnesses about that part, right? Nothing about going to hell and burn forever, never, never. But there's a talk about hell. And it basically says just destroy you, right? But it depends on understanding the body and the soul. I explained that yesterday. But, it's destroyed. It's not ever, never, never thing. So your soul is destroyed forever. That means if you destroy your DNA, it's destroyed forever. It's not that you burn up forever. That's the proper interpretation. But that's what they do. And they say, oh, you're going. And so it was that they try to restrain the devil to some extent, to get him a sort of sense of consequence. Because they have no sense of consequence. So it was in there, but it's also to put fear in us. You see? Because the sealed Bible is all against us. Keep us submission. Right? Because that's the only way we could take and, transformed. We had to endure that intense pressure. That's the only way we could transform. I keep telling people, see, you got this crazy idea about how things work. They don't work that way. You got to understand how things work mathematically. Master Muhammad said, if you want to be successful, learn the mathematical language. You can't think all this emotional stuff, all the morality and all that bullshit. All that is bullshit. It's mathematics, period. Part of the reason why it's false, Israel's over there doing what they're doing, because if you read in there, it tells that's what we're going to supposed to do to them. Get rid of their children, Amalek. Get rid of them. Everything. So God told them to wipe all of them out, the children, the babies, the dogs, cats, all of it. Have no mercy on them. That's what it says in there. It tells you. So they pretend to be us, right? So they think they're doing what that says. But she said, well, damn, man. You saying they bad. And then you're going to do the same thing. See, there you go. They got you mentally. Because that's what Farrakhan's saying. We can't do them as he did to us, man. There you go again. You can't get around that. That's how all these little things that keep lock. It's all there. Lock your mind down. So you and remember the purpose of it is to keep you under control. So in other words, they keep them around, keep them your boss. You can't, man. You can't do them. They did to you. We can't take revenge, man. Love conquers hate. All these are vectors, mental vectors. See? And some are designed to affect you socially, emotionally. Oh, man, you can't kill little babies. You can't kill little babies. And they grow up to be big babies. And they kick your ass. They may have women nurse their little children. Nurse them. Breast and everything. And the child goes up and kick her ass. Call her a nigger. What's wrong with these? And we, ooh. And we supposed to, forgive them and everything, man. And they depend on that. Because when you tell, isn't that, if you was in church, when you tell them that, when you do that? Say, hey, man, don't, give us, man, don't retaliate. Obviously, that's what you do. And so somebody told me, like, oh, looks, that's a monster, man. He's talking about killing women with children. And he talking about, man, doing them evil they done to him. And, he's a monster. Forget about the monsters that, there's no sense of consequence there, right? Because it says you reap. Then God says you reap what you sow. That means if you sow evil, you're going to get evil. So who's going to do the evil then? Because we're so good people. God's so good, he loving everybody. So who's going to do the evil then? Who's going to do the evil, return the evil that they did? Who's going to do it? You don't see, that's why you need to end your mind, and you need what Master Muhammad's getting ready to do, to snap, because otherwise your mind's, a lot of you in shock, like I said. You're not going to make it. If you're in shock, you forget it. Right? You're like clay that's already hardened. Nothing you can do with it. We got to use the new clay that's still malleable. See? Because everything he says, that sounds wicked, evil. Oh, man, that guy's a terrorist. He's evil and wicked. He gonna wipe them out and kill their children and everything else. And that's exactly what the Bible says. And that's exactly what those false Jews think they're doing over there. They think they got the Bible. They can go back to the Bible and say, Amalek. It says, kill. It says it right in there. What they doing over there in Palestine, that's what the Bible says. It's right in the Bible. But it ain't them. That's what's going to be done to them. That's what I mean by they writing on obituary. Let me see if I can break this down for you, brothers. See, because am I dealing with children here? Okay. Here's it. It says, doing them is done to you, right? Okay, and it says, kill all the women, children, babies, everything. Well, who are they talking to? Who are they talking to? They're talking to people that started it, or the people that's responded, that's doing them as they done back to them. Who are they talking to there? You know what I'm saying? See, because if God says doing them as God telling you, doing them as done to you, and he says they're evil people. So that means now you evil because you return God. I thought you was doing God's will. He says doing them as they done. That's God's command. So that means now you wicked, because you're doing what God told you to do. I said you say you're Muslim, you're total submission of God's will, and that's what God's will is. So the point is, but why are you doing it? You're doing it because that's the consequence of what people did to you. That's who he's talking to. He's talking to people that suffered it, and now you're doing back to them. He ain't talking to people that's doing it. See, they're the ones that are doing it. And so that's what's going to happen. That's why I say they're writing on obituary, because what they talk about they're doing, that's what happened back to them, because that's what God's telling us to do to them. And they had done to us. And so if somebody steals from you and you steal back from them, that's going to make you a thief. He's stealing. No way, he stole back what you took. He's not making you a thief. He's just. But see, you got things all messed up. Your mind's got your mess all messed up. You see? Because if they've been killing you and killing your children and everything else, and you do the same thing like God says to do, then you're not wicked, you're not a murderer, you're not a killer. What you're doing, okay, if a person, I think I mentioned this yesterday, maybe I didn't, maybe I didn't. I don't think I did. Somebody kills somebody. You go to court and the judge sends the person to death. Is he a murderer? Is the judge a murderer? He's killing somebody. He's killing this person. Who's the executioner? Is he a murderer? You see what I'm saying? So you got your mind's all messed up. No. They're repaying the person for what that person did. They're not murderers. The person that did it, they're reacting. That's lawful. Any action, that's the nature of every option you react. So if you're a reaction to something that happened, you're just. You're not a murderer. You're not a thief. You're not a robber. If you're reacting to what was done to an action. See? But they try to play, oh, no, you're murderer, thief. No, what we do to them is a reaction to what they did to us. That's it, do doubles them as they've done to you. It says, don't say it's do to them, it says, as they have done to you. That makes you just. Now, you can be merciful, but merciful, you understand what mercy is. Mercy doesn't mean it absolves you. If I give mercy, okay, we're not going to kill you, not going to send you to death for what you did. We're going to give mercy. You're still going to pay the consequence. Only difference is you got time to pay it off other than being murdered, being killed. So in other words, you went and you stole $10,000. I said, okay, I'm not gonna put you in jail. You still got $10,000 worth of negative energy on your ass. So that gives you time to go back and get work and pay that $10,000 back. If you don't pay it back, you're still got a negative energy. Just this person just didn't correct it right there. They didn't apply justice to you. They applied mercy to you, but justice still will be applied. Just they didn't do it. Like if we don't do to them as they done to us, they still will suffer. The quality of suffering just be different. It won't come from us, it comes from somebody other way. They'll starve to death, anything. Disease, whatever. You need to understand those things, bro. So let me move on. I got a lot to talk about now. I'm not going to do it there again. Hey, that's fear. Fear is driving our people. Our fear, state of fear. And you got people like Farrakhan. What's he telling you? You're wicked, you're evil. He's threatening you. If you don't repent, God's going to do all this stuff to you. He's an agent of fear. He's putting more fear. He's adding the fear on. He's like Muhammad's removing the fear. No, you righteous people, it says in the lessons too. I'm telling you, going home. You got to upload the angel, get home, get yourself together, and be prepared to go home. But he's putting fear in you. You're evil, you're wicked. Oh God, pray to Allah. He'll have the worms eat your ass. God damn that son of a bitch. You know something? I don't care. I'm going to use the language. He is a son of a bitch. Man, I'm so sick of that. Ooh. You don't have any idea what's about to happen to him. See, because I understand what he's been doing. See, it says, who consumed the spirit of his mouth. Because that's what he is. He's adding fear to our people. See, God's going to get you. Because you're full of, you're wicked, you're evil. And oh God, worms eat your ass. He pray aloud, God, that he worms eat you. You see, he's and our peers already under us. Our people are already in shock over fear now. Our people overwhelmed with fear. And he that asks out there with that, and he getting away with it. He's not really getting away with it, he think he is. My wife said, man, well, you getting trouble these days, boy. You saying stuff. I said, man, I'm telling you, I'm getting wound up. It ain't no more lamb, it's lion. And because you understand, it says dead wrath has come. So if dead wrath has come, that means it was building up. And if you listen to what I'm saying and you take my voice, you can see it's building. It's building fast. So what's going to happen when it's released? Okay? All this fear they put, especially our women. Our women experience fear more than we do. And we can't protect them from it. We can now. And that makes it even worse. That's why some of these people are going to be in such trouble. Because now we can protect them from it, but we ain't. We still cower out and feel, oh, man, they gone. And they can do anything they want to our women, and we sit there and look. Oh, baby, don't worry, I'll get you out of jail. He up there got your woman smacking up, beating her ass. Oh, no, no man, you got to kill me. You might as well just kill me right now because you ain't going to be beating up my woman. You might shoot. I remember, when I go out and walk with my wife, right? And I'm allergic to dogs and stuff. People have their dog, and I don't want no dogs on me. And they bring their dog and think of joy. I don't hear that crap. She used to carry me a shoehorn, a long shoehorn like that, right? So I could just the dog's way can't come over, right? So I tell you what happens, right? This is what happened. I was in Florida at the time, right? And a cop pull up on me. Whoop. Right? Jumped out. Hey, man, what's that you got in your hand? See, because some devil said, see, that nigga's walking around with a sword. Because it look like a sword. That's what happened. Right? And I was supposed to get upset and a coward. I said, I got a shoe on. You got a problem with that? Oh. See, because first of all, you understand? You can't be a stupid. But the point is, you get something behind you, because you invite, you're saying, oh, kick my ass, and I ain't going to do nothing. See, I remember I got this so-called son-in-law, he's doomed. Because he lied. He told me he was Muslim. He wasn't a Muslim. Got my daughter. And now he's back in Christianity. And when I get to catch up his ass, right? But the problem is, when they had that last fiasco, Million Man thing they had a few years back, we went to that. There wasn't no million people up there. Not even close. So we're on the way back. And I should scoped him then, right? We're on the way back, and we had stopped by a store, right? It was dark. And so a cop pulled up. And this dude runs up to the cop and started telling him all this stuff. I said, what the? When he got back to the car, what the hell you doing? Oh, man, he was scared to death. I knew, right? See, I said, why you tell him all this stuff and everything? I don't want to hear. See, some of us are paralyzed with fear, scared to death. When they arrested me when I was in Guam, right? Had my daughter with me, and I was like taking her out to the beach, right? And they pulled up on me, man, like 5, 6 cops. Pulled the guns out and everything else. Yeah. And so I didn't get down nowhere. I'm not get on the ground. I didn't get down nowhere. I'm gonna get on the ground. You better go ahead and start shooting. So they backed off on that one, right? They came over here and arrested me, right? They're feared. But we about to, that's what Angel's going to do. The Angel's going to remove that fear from you. And we're going to put that fear back on them. Got people in that fear for over 500 years, nearly 500 years. And our women been in extreme fear, not only from them, but from you too. They're under double fear. And that's unconscionable. Why would we, because we fear the devil, then we go and put that fear back on then we double fear on our sisters. That's why that's why I'm doing what I'm doing with these sisters, right? See? I'm giving them room. I know to pull it, they still got to come to the level unless they want to be subjected. But the point is, I'm covering them. But the point is, you put double fear. You put fear on you. You're afraid of devils, and then you go and put that fear back on the woman. You go beat her up and put the fear on her until she's doing this kind of stuff. And that stuff makes me angry. I don't do that. I kind of feel like maybe I should do that to my children because they went off, but I just couldn't do it. My father put a lot of fear in me, right? So, and I'm grateful he did, but I wish he hadn't. I put it that way, because that's 5 years, 14 between 9 and 14. Boy, that was a hell of five hard years. Boy, I was afraid of that man. Boo. Right? He put a lot of fear in me, but then point after I had very little fear. The only fear I had was that thing about the death. Going to hell. Other than that, I ain't had no fear of anything. See? But fear. And our women right now under constant fear. They fear the devil, they fear you. And why should they be in fear of you? We're going to eliminate that. Because I'm telling you, you don't want to show up. And we find out, I don't want to hear no excuses, nothing. You show up and your woman talking about she's afraid of you because you've been beating her ass and that kind of stuff. You might as well don't show up. You might as well not even show up. And my wife, you ask her anytime, I beat up, no, don't. Like I said, I threw an empty plastic thing at her one time, a long time ago. I wish I hadn't done that. It couldn't hurt her, right? But I threw it. You know, I'm not gonna say you deserved it because you were doing some stupid stuff. But the point is, I shouldn't have did that anyway. I threw it's an empty plastic bottle. Couldn't hurt a flea, right? But I threw it at her. Right? No. And so I shouldn't have even done that. But that's about as violent I've ever been with her. Right? I say a few words every now and then, and, but that's a whole history too. So I'm not gonna be a hypocrite here. Now I was married to a demon, and then she's a big liar. She said, everybody, I had kids with her. He used to beat me up. And I said, where'd you get that shit from? I ain't never put my hands on you. Oh, see, that was a lie. And they believed it. And my son tell me, yeah, man, she told me. I said, I swear with my own eyes. I think he was about 5 years old at the time, right? Yeah, man, I saw you put over a chair and you took clothes off and you was beating her with a stick. I said, where you see? I saw it with my own eyes. I said, you ain't so. See, because you tell children that, and I said, okay. So with me, you probably just don't remember because you was, that's what he came back at me. You probably just don't remember because you're so old. I said, okay. Okay, whatever. That's something I don't do. I didn't even beat my girls when they grew up. I spanked them a few times, but, right? But I'm telling you, if you show up, it's two things. Your parents show up and say you was totally disrespectful and disbeating everything in them, you got a problem. I don't care if you're male or female. And if you show up and the women tell them, yeah, you was beating on them and abusing them and all that kind of stuff, you might as well not even show up. You might as well show up. And if you do that out of ignorance, you better apologize and get it straight real quick. Be convincing. But then again, if you're a liar, you got trouble. Let me say about liars. And then move on. You can forget about just about anything, but you can't forgive liars. That's the problem. Liars condemn themselves. Because a person go out and say a prostitute or a thief or whatever, right? See, you can forgive them if they're not liars. Because they say, man, I'm sorry, I ain't gonna do that no more. Right? So it's okay. You might forgive them because they say they ain't gonna do it no more. You know they're not a liar, so you could pretty much be convinced that yes, they're probably telling the truth. They still could be lying, but the point is, they don't have a history of lying. You don't know them to be liars, so you might go along with that. You might accept that. Because we're going to accept that from my people anyway, because more people doing all those things. Right? I've never been a thief, but the point is, if I got in a serious situation and my children was starving, yeah, I'd steal if I had to. I've never been in that situation. But a liar, he says, oh, I'm not going to. How you know? How you know he's not lying? See, they put themselves in a situation. How you know they're lying? I ain't going to do it no more. How you know that's not a lie? Anyone trusts a liar is a fool. That's why it says all liars will be thrown in. You can't trust them. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. And so it said, and you can see the intensity of the fear because we're going to put that fear back on them. And it's going to start in earnest with this war that's going to take place any day now. I mean, it's no, you know, I've been talking about this. Anybody's been paying attention, I've been talking about this war for years. For years. 30 years is that. Anybody's been paying attention for the last few years, and I've been talking about for constantly. Hold on, brothers and sisters. And now the war is here. This phase one has already started. That was abomination of desolation. Phase two is any day now. And people are getting nervous about it. But I know what the outcome is going to be. And they tell you if the outcome is the way I say it's going to be, because some people say, well, America's going to be this, America's going to lose that war. And they said that's going to be terrible for America. It's going to be economic collapse. All the things I've been saying. Anybody paying attention knows it's true. And no one was talking about this a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, especially 3 years ago. In fact, nobody was talking about it since the last couple of years anyway. Even when it ended up, when abomination desolation took, nobody called it. They're still not calling it, even though it's obvious. But it says, men's hearts failing them for fear, for looking after in anticipation, those coming upon the earth, upon America and Europe, and for the powers of heaven to be shaken. Whose power? Their power. See? Let's move on, brothers and sisters. And see that he's the man of fear. He even telling people he's going to alleviate their fear. I'm going to remove your pain, man. I'm an Advil. Just take me, man, and you won't have no pain anymore. See, I'm Mr. Advil. Ibuprofen. That's me. I'm Mr. Ibuprofen. Prozac. See, what's the other one they got? That powerful one. What's that thing? I can't think of the name of it. Anyway, he's the one. But it's not going to work. You take it, damn, this damn didn't work, man. I thought you could relieve the pain, man. I still got pain. I got more pain than I had before. Because what he's doing is, nothing he's doing will work. It's all failing. I said that. He's the one that caused the problem we have right now. He's the one that's causing the problem right in the Middle East right now. He's the one that's killed the JCPOA. I said everything he says will fail. Backfire. Counterfeit power. America has no power anymore. I explain to you, power as you fear is when there's a loss of power. It's directly related to loss of power. The less power you have, the more fear you're going to have. If you lose all power, then you're going to shock. That's the last stage of fear when you just comatose, just gave it all up. That's the line. That's the zebra laying there, alive but been eaten. He's laying there, came done this. He's alive but he's been eaten. Lying, eating on his ass. See, America's living off of counterfeit power, threatening people. They're hoping the threats will work, but nobody's buying them anymore. See, at first, it kind of worked, right? But then after Vietnam, after Afghanistan, everything else, it's kind of like, and now they got little Houthis kicking their ass. The little mouse got the lion squeaking, and the lion is back in the corner, can't do anything about it. That's a bad sign for America. And now they say Yemen is the poorest country on the planet. That's what they say. And they got a small population. And they in sand. They live in sand. They got nothing. And America, so powerful, the powerful country, they bombing them 24/7 with heavy bombers and everything else. And they feel still fighting. And that's driving America crazy. Because look how powerful we are. But we can't beat a mouse. We can't beat that mouse. And you got bears and tigers and stuff out there roaring, and they see, damn, we can't beat that mouse. Maybe it's time for us to move. Remember so-called mother of all bombs, Moab? They dropped on Afghanistan. Now Afghanistan, they got this big country, but they firm too, and they sheep herders. They didn't have as much as Yemen has. They didn't have the missiles and all that stuff. They were just had some guns, and they had their faith, right? And they were sheep herders, and they couldn't fight all year round because they had to tend the sheep too. So America, the big old power, drop. It's virtually a nuclear bomb. Why don't you say what it is? It's virtually a nuclear bomb. They dropped it. And Afghanistan still kept on fighting. Who controls Afghanistan now? How did America leave? Their pants on fire. They was running out of there. They left everything behind. And now they go up against Iran? Well, we know how it's going to end. At least I know how it's going to end. And it's any day now. And when it ends, all the cards, like you have all those cards, they have all the cards set up, and then you kick one, all zip. This is what's going to happen. All fall right in place. Farrakhan goes right behind it, all these things. Our paper names come, all this stuff happening. And that's where we are right now in a minute. I would destroy the wisdom of the wise. Let me look at this from another perspective, brothers and sisters. This world, this is the mathematics world. You got the internet, cell phones, all that kind of stuff, right? A lot of people, man, they understand it, like work with that, See? Because, before they had that, they had horse and buggies and train and all that kind of stuff, right? And people were satisfied with that, was happy with that. Then you come up with something new, well, that means they had to adjust and learn new things. Learn how to use a telephone, telegraph. Maybe TV came in, radio. See? But some people won't like the old way. Man, that's wrong with horse and buggy. Man, they had businesses made horse and buggy. Oh, the business went out. You remember what's that business they used to have? They used to do, what they call those things? VCR? Not VCR, VCR. Those tapes. Gotta recall those tapes, right? Where you go and rent the tapes from that, what was that? What's the name of that? That story. They all go on there, ain't they? Remember you go and used to rent the tapes? Things change. But people are comfortable with that way. They're happy with that way. They adjust it to and everything else. Well, people are comfortable with this. That's why I said that's the behind this world's life. Those who love this world's life. That means the world, the trappings of it, the idea of it, everything. And they're comfortable with this. Now you're talking about the next one. That means now you got to upgrade. See? Now I got to start exercising. Man, before, man, the job only required me, I only had to lift 20 pounds, man. But now a new job coming, you got to lift 50 pounds. Oh, man, now I got to go back to gym start. Man, I don't want to do that, man. What's wrong with this 20 pounds, man? I will handle this. And now I got to do some extra work to upgrade. Because now I got to lift 50 pounds every day. That's how everything, man, that's too much. I think I'm retired, man. You see, same thing. You don't upgrade to the angel. But that's the gym you got to go. No, gym you got to go through, because that tells you how complex the new world is going to be. It's going to be more complicated than this. This is more complicated than it was 50 years ago. And 50 years ago, more complicated than it was before that. Can you see? But you don't want. Oh man. And some of you are struggling with this. If you're struggling with this here, you forget about the angel. And it's no cruel way around. If you want to sit around here and you want to keep horse and buggy, you seen any horse and buggies lately? Now, if you go in New York, right, they have it in the park, Central Park. You have, I don't know if they still have it, but it's a tourism thing. But you see a horse and buggy anywhere? You see what I'm saying? And I can't get that point across here. That's why it says the believers. Remember, how do you determine a believer from disbeliever? Because you get a scripture. And the believers say, okay, they go in and understand Scripture, accept it. If they see what happened with, same thing happened with Prophet Muhammad. That's why he got Sunnis and Shia. Because that was the Quran was the next level, and they didn't, instead of rising up to that level, right? This, oh, I'm with the messenger, I'm with the prophet. See, like some people try to do me, I'm with the prophet. No, you gotta, that's the level you gotta rise up to. That's the mental level you gotta rise to, what the Quran's saying here. Not just you reflecting, you repeating, or the Quran says the Quran. No, you gotta go in and understand, read, understand, figure out what they're saying. And they was never able to do that. Someone got to some level, but they never got to the full level of the Quran. You understand? They level pretty much the same. They got in the Quran, but it was still less than the level of Sealed Bible. That's why Sealed Bible kicked their ass. But if they took and went and studied the Quran and upgraded to what the Quran is saying, Sealed Bible would never had a chance against them. Like I said, the jinn and all this stuff, they don't know how that stuff means. They just go in here, oh, I'm with the prophet. I'm going to say my prayers. I'm going to do Ramadan. You see? That's people try to do me. Repeat what I'm saying. That's not doing you any good. You got to go in and figure it out. Upgrade. And they didn't do that. And so now you got the Sunnis, and they worse of it. Now the Shia, they wouldn't try to. They try to upgrade. They got a better interpretation of the Quran than the Shia does, than the Sunni does, because they upgraded, not totally, but upgraded more. That's why. Look, you see them. You see them act like the Sunnis acting. They say they don't want to do. See the Sunnis, they didn't want to upgrade. They want to stay like it is. That's why 1,500 years. They still back 1,500 years. What the Shia upgraded? You see the Shia, they modernized. They technical. Right? They're one of the most technical people on the planet. They're making missiles and and all kinds of manufacturing, their own stuff. And as soon as they build that damn thing, they have people come and do it for them. You see what I'm saying? So it's, they want to bring you back there. And the Shia, they move it up. They got mathematics, superior mathematics and everything else, because they upgraded. See? And so those are the ones that master. I'm just going to take it up, pull it right into the next hereafter. And soon it's going to be on the bottom level. It's a good reason why they're on the bottom level in the ark. See? You understand? So, well, maybe you do, maybe you don't. See? That's the deal. So otherwise, you want to be in hereafter? Everlasting shame and appallment in the zoo? You think that's a joke. It's not. It's not. You take a person that's, they call it, what they call it, they don't call them retarded anymore, right? They call them mentally challenged or whatever. Well, I mean, you could take them and put them out among the gorillas, and they probably, if the gorilla don't attack them, they probably could live there, live comfortably on that level. See what I'm saying? That's where you want to be? No, you've been told. Not a warning, just telling you. But Mister, boy, they're gonna put, when they do to him, he's gonna, when this war breaks out, he's one of the first ones they're gonna attack, him and all those people with him. Because when they said fear, remember, they said fear coming, and there's nothing, that's just a fear anticipation. And they're going to blame him for it. Because they see that the fear cannot be alleviated. And it's going to get worse and worse, they're going to blame him. Well, you don't want to broke the seat, JCPOA, you want to attack Iran, you do all this, and now look, we got told, they're going to blame him. How do you think what's going to happen? You think the Secret Service is going to save his ass? They're going to be in trouble. They may be the ones that do it. They're going to Gaddafi him. He's riding high right now. But they say the light shines bright before it goes out. He said he's the greatest president ever. He's on all this stuff. He's going to be the most cursed. in a few more days. Because we know that war will happen. They are we gonna try to work it out? We're gonna bring peace. No, they're not doing anything. You have to understand the dynamics of what's going on. Universe is increasing, energy is increasing. That means the fires, unless you can turn that fire out underwater, it's gonna boil eventually. And nobody's gonna turn that fire out. To turn it out, you have to stop the universe from contracting. If you can do that, then you can put the fire out. Otherwise, it's gonna boil. And no matter what they do, they cannot stop it. Nothing they can do to stop it. It doesn't backfire. And the Bible tells you, be careful. It says, fear not that was killed or by. See, but the Christian tell, well, this is the invisible soul you got. But if you destroy the soul, then what was hell going to do to you? It was destroy it. I mean, you got to read this thing. Your soul is your DNA. That's your soul. It's you. Your DNA lives on after you're dead. If you got survivors, that's what the Quran said. Think not those who are slain the way of Allah is dead, they're alive, but you perceive not, because their DNA is still active. And their parents or whatever. Take for a bird, turn it. That's where you got to connect things together. And so if you go out here and you front a foul of the Son of Man, he says, all those that offend him, he's not going to destroy your body, get rid of you. We're going to get rid of your DNA, all of it, eradicate it. Cut you off totally. Because we're immortal. But who controls the keys? It says Melchizedek will control the keys. He's a priest forever. Remember, Elijah Muhammad said himself, Master Muhammad will only rule for the next 6,000 years. And then the king returned back to the boss again. And they control the keys to hell and heaven. And the keys to heaven, paradise, is coming back to the womb. Take for a bird, teach them to climb to you. In other words, no DNA, you can't come back. So you cut off. Totally. And that's about to happen. Right? Because those folks that's opposing this, going to crush them. Them and their DNA, I'll wipe them all out. Yeah. Okay, this is just by the way, brothers and sisters. I don't know if you can see this or not. Let me see if I can expand and see what happens. I'm not sure. Anyway, if you see this flow here. Now, I don't know if some of you may have been paying attention about a few years back. I think about 20, I've been talking about this, but I think it was 2021, somewhere around here. I talked about that they was talking about that they had, they was wondering why those ships, UFOs, could go through the air so fast and not have a sonic boom. And plus how they can move so fast through the air. And they could do it through water too. They could fly through water as fast as they could fly through the air. They said, that's impossible. Because it's got more resistance. Right? I said, man, see, this shows the devils. See, I told you they're as smart as they think you are. Right? I said, that's simple solve that problem. See? That's not telling them how those things work. It's just telling them. It's a problem. It's simple. Right? See here at the bottom down here? Okay, when this thing is moving here, it creates resistance. See those arrows? That's resistance. That means it heats up the cone, the tip here, right? Heats up the tip here, and so it gets so hot, right? And that's the problem they have. Because first, resistance, they got to fight resistance. It means it slows it down because of air resistance, and plus the heat because of air rubbing against the thing. So the cone has to be a certain material that doesn't burn up. Otherwise, the whole thing will collapse. So they got two problems here. This is slowing them down because they got the resistance of the air. The faster they move, the greater resistance is going to be. Well, it's three problems, actually. And plus, the resistance causes this to heat up. So therefore, they got special metals. And at some point, they can't find the metals high enough to handle. They can go so far. So they can maybe, sonic means like they're going to speed up. Mach 1 is speed of sound. Mach 2 is twice speed of sound. That's what Mach means. Mach 1 means speed of sound. Mach 2 means twice speed of sound. Mach 3, so you're going 5 times, so you got how fast you're going. So it says it's going Mach 4. So they got a limit because it depends on how strong the metal they can make here, how resistant the metal they can make here. Otherwise, because they go fast enough, then this would burn up and the whole rocket would burn up, the whole missile would burn up, right? But then you got a third problem. One problem is resistance itself. Other problem is the heat that it generates on this cone here, on its tip. That's why they have a pointed tip, because they try to minimize, right? And then the third problem is that it's doing here, then remember it's pushing this air out here. So if the faster it goes, if it goes faster, because the speed of sound is how fast the air reacts. So if it goes faster than the air reacts, that means the air doesn't, you leave a vacuum here, the faster you go, the bigger the vacuum is, because air hasn't time to react yet, right? And the bigger it is, so the plane is maybe a half a mile away for the air finally to get back together because you move so fast. And that's what sonic booms, clap, boom. That's what's happening, because you create that vacuum because you move so fast, it has time to react, right? So by the time it reacts, you're gone. And then and the bigger the boom, the bigger the vacuum, the bigger the boom, boom. So you got those three problems. You got the problem of air resistance, you got the heat on there, and then you got the sonic boom. And they said those things that those planes, UFOs don't do any of that. Plus they go through water without that. I said it's a simple problem. See, instead of pushing the air out of the way like this does, suck the air in, right? You put a pump in here, put a vacuum here and a pump here. This pump pulls all the air out of here, which creates a vacuum, which sucks the air in. Instead of pushing it out, you suck it in. So therefore, there's no air resistance because you're sucking it in. In fact, it's helping you because you're sucking in. It's causing you pulling forward. So you're sucking the air in instead of that. On top of that, right? Then you suck it in, then you push it out. So now you don't create a vacuum here. So there you solve the problem. You can move as fast as you want with no air resistance. You don't have to have a pointed cone either because you have no air resistance. You have a flat cone here, right? See? And you suck the air in, and then you push it out so you don't have a sonic boom. Simple. Now, the reason I'm saying this is because I said, and I got the videos, but I remember it was on my YouTube channel. They shut down, right? But I still got backups. But it doesn't have this timestamp that they have, right? But those of you, man, pay attention back there. I mentioned this, and before that, you heard nothing about any. Check it out. The first time I heard about hypersonic missiles was after 2023, years after I mentioned this. I said when I said, watch what happens. Now I'm enough to use exactly this technology, but all of a sudden, hypersonic missiles, which means they can move super fast, because this thing can move as fast as you want it to move. Super fast, they can't stop it. Check it out. You have to take my word for it. Those who know about it, I said this, that's just how it works. And now I said, watch what happens now. All of a sudden now, hypersonic missiles. You think they're not paying attention to this, brothers and sisters? They are. Okay, let's talk about this, and then before I get to my main point, if I can get to it. Agricultural age. Now, the Europeans, Yakub, they was creating the agricultural age. Agricultural age is energy deprivation age. Okay. Agricultural age is energy deprivation age. Because it's like the earth is not producing. You got to stop famines, you have deserts, and all those things, right? Because earth doesn't have that much energy anymore. So we suffer energy deprivation, but earth is also suffering energy deprivation because it's not energy. We get energy from the earth, and earth is not producing that much anymore because all the energy is out there. So therefore, you got to go in and start forcing the earth. You got to take a plow and firm, you got all this stuff to force the earth to produce, because we have to live off the earth. So we got to force the earth to produce. That's our culture age, okay? So you have famines, you have deserts. That's where it started. Because, Saudi Arabia was not a desert. That you can prove it easily. That's why I got oil in there. I'm not going to that, brothers and sisters. I talk about it enough. So the energy deprivation is agricultural age. So now I got to farm and stuff, right? That means hard. So the Europeans, right? They took and oppressed their own people. They called plebes, and they called plebs and serfs and all that kind of stuff, right? And the royalty, they would make them farm and all that stuff. Right? And there was never enough food because it's hard to get the earth to produce. Okay? So when they found America, right? I'm jumping the gun here, brothers and sisters, right? Okay, they need somebody to take and farm land and stuff, so they tried their own people first. They call it indentured servants. They weren't that good at it. Because, see, they try to tell you they're superior. Remember, I mean, if they're so strong, well, how come black folks defeat them in sports? That's a physical thing, right? So that's physical labor, isn't it? You might say it's sports, but still physical labor, isn't it? Right? Just as much physical labor as going out there and picking that cotton. So the thing is, they tried, and they wasn't good at it. And they didn't work that hard. They were sick all the time and everything else. It was a problem. So they said, oh, we need people to do that. So then they tried the Native Americans, so-called Indians. And they wasn't that good at it either. Plus, they could run and hide, and they could run away because this is their country, right? But over in Africa, they saw the Africans, man, they're farming. They was good at it. They wasn't hungry. They was farming. They worked hard. There was tribes. They wasn't starving. They was working hard. They saw how hard the workers were. Such good workers they were over there. And they was taking care of themselves. And that didn't take too much to figure that one out. We could use them. That wasn't their primary motivation. That was their motivation, right? They put, well, in a way it was, because like I said, massive profit, minimum overhead. So those are good workers there. See? And so that's when the idea come to start kidnapping. Some was a revenge thing from Spain. I don't want to go too deeply into that, because that's where the term nigger came from, because Negro is a Spanish word for black. Hispanics are from Spain. I mean, they're descendants, basically, whatever. And so that's what I'm calling it. It was called Moors. Moors is another black name for black, I understand, in Spanish. Because it was called Moors too, right? But they call them Negroes. After they defeat the Moors in 1492, they start calling them the Negroes, the blacks, right? And it was English that took it to the next stage called niggers. But that's what they call them, the Negroes, the blacks. So they wanted revenge because they had been ruled by the Spanish for. And if you go over to Spain, you see some real Spanish people over there, they're dark skinned. They don't show you them on TV. They don't show you them. They had one on, I saw one on other YouTube, they was talking, and the guy was dark, he was Spanish. Anyway. Same thing in Mexico, same thing in Hawaii. But they don't tell you those people. In Egypt too, even in Iraq. Let me move on. So that's just started because they was good workers. And it put you in the field, and then you couldn't escape. It was perfect. You couldn't escape because you was over here. You didn't know anything about America. Plus you couldn't blend in because you was black, so they knew that you was a slave because you was black. And that's how that got going, right? Field slaves, agriculture age. So the industrial age came along, that was inspired by us, because now we was being energized, but they don't tell you that. They say they came from the industrial age. No, we inspired it. That's a whole other story altogether. We inspired it because now Earth is being energized, and we energized, and so we got more control of ourselves. See, because in our culture age, we had lost control of ourselves, right? So we stayed in fear. They took control of us and everything else, right? We told Lord, look at us. We don't have our names out. See, we was look at, all you got to do is look at, there's evidence right there. Your name, your culture, your religion, land, everything. I mean, he had total control of us. That means we're in total fear. They didn't keep us let have anything. So now we start being energized, right? Now come industrial age. So the problem here is that they had these plants. But again, the devils wasn't good at it. They weren't good factory industrial workers. And so Massa from the South would take his slaves that he didn't need in the field anymore. You see where I'm going? And take them and lend them out to industrial people to work in the factories. And they were good workers. And they had to pay them much. Plus they ain't talk back. And so they was taking the jobs. See? Let me back up on the slave thing. See, when they started putting them, then what happened was white folks said, hey man, what we gonna do, man? They didn't want to be out in the field picking cotton, all that kind of stuff. Or someone was farming, that kind of stuff, right? They tried to get slaves themselves, but they couldn't afford them. Then they go in and say, and the master would hire them as taskmasters and stuff, right, to watch over you. See, and they still got it going on right now because you have supervisors in these plants and stuff like that there. The devils who don't know how to do that job. They don't tell you that. So they say they're your supervisor. They're there because they don't know how to do these jobs. To make sure you do it. That's what they're there for. And they get paid more than you, and you think they know more than you. They don't know more than you. They get paid more than you, but they're there just to make sure you're doing your job. But you don't understand that. So let me get back. So you was best. So they took. So what happened was they were saying, man, we need those jobs, man. But they said, man, master wasn't going. The manager wasn't going to hire you because the devil said, man, these guys they work harder. They don't get on lip. They're good workers. They're there every day. They're healthy. And you sick all the time. You're complaining. You're talking back, and you don't work that hard, right? You want breaks all the time. You're not a good worker. And so they couldn't compete against these slaves. That's what Civil War was all about, right? To get them out of those industrial jobs, out of those, they called them plants back then, get them out of those plants. So the white folks had those jobs. They started apprenticeships, unions, all that kind of stuff to make sure you was never in those jobs. That's what they did. That was stage one. That was Civil War was all about. Not about because they didn't want slaves anymore. They got tired of slaves. No. It was about that. But they want to tell you, oh, we thought it was a bad idea having slaves. No, because right after you didn't get no 40 acres and a mule. And when black folks left, supposed to be free, and started their little towns out there, out in the wilderness all by itself, you would go out and burn those towns down. Check it out. They say 100 towns that black folks started away from your ass, and they was successful work. They was good workers. They worked for themselves. They built their own towns, and you go and burn them down because you don't want people to see how good, how smart and everything they were. You burn them down, make them some kind of charge to go in and burn the towns down. Yeah, that's what you did. See, so you were talking that bullshit, but you can't fool me. So that's what Civil War was all about. So after that, right, they reduced you to being janitors, porters and trains, menial jobs. The main industrial jobs, they kept that for themselves. They reduced you to menial jobs, carrying water, whatever. Right? That's what happened. But then what happened is that as the industry picked up, right? What happened? Ooh, computer went out. I hate this system. Computer just went out. And so they needed more and more people. So they have enough devils that could do that, and they wasn't that good at it anyway, right? So they had to start opening up. Right? And so they had to start giving you jobs because they had so many of them, and they have enough people to do them. So they had to start, so you had to get some of them. And one of the main places was in Detroit, the car industry. Because when the car industry came online, the industry blew up. I mean, it expanded. And you need more people. So then that's how you got in. And Detroit was like a black mecca. That's where Motown started and everything else. And you was pretty much controlled Detroit. And they said, oh, damn. Well, we can't have these niggas, they're going to get more powerful. And plus, the other thing is the Democrats, see, black folks, when you put the Democratic and Republican Party together, forget about the racism and everything else, blacks are more conservative. They ain't for all that gay shit and all that stuff, right? And so they tended towards the Republican Party. See? And so Democrats, remember, all of them are bad. But Democrats, they was like, they had this thing called Burr Rabbit. When I was a kid, you used to go drive in and have Burr Rabbit, right? And Burr Rabbit was like, he was real smart. And he'd be attacked all the time by something, I forget. Right? By Elmer Fudd or somebody, I forget now. Or by a coyote or something, right? He's always after Burr Rabbit. And Burr Rabbit always outthink him. So one day he finally caught Burr Rabbit, right? And Burr Rabbit starts, please don't throw me in that briar patch over there. Because the briar patch, like thorns and stuff. Please don't throw me in that briar, beg him, please don't throw me in that briar patch. So Coyote said, man, this dude don't want to go in that briar patch, man. He already got his ass and he's afraid. Please don't put in that briar patch, please. And so he say, and Coyote said, oh yeah, he don't want to ask what I'm going to do. He threw me in that briar patch. And that's what the rabbit want, because that's where they live at, in the briar patches. And he left there, and then he was home, and the coyote couldn't get in after him because he had to go through his briar. And then he realized what he had done. It rabbit had tricked his ass again. And that's what Democrats, that's the whole idea behind Democrats, to trick your ass. Because if you look at their policies are all against you, every one of them. Abortion, three right laws, all this stuff, every policy guy is against you, but he pat you on the ass and rub your head, and wag your tail, and he wagged my, it's like, you tell a dog, I'm gonna take you to the vet and put your ass down. We're gonna gas your ass. And the dog just wagging his tail, licking you, because he's stupid. He can't understand what the hell you're saying. You tell him you don't destroy him, he's just licking you, and that's the way they do our people. But anyway, that's what he did, put millions. So then they had to expand. And so black folks getting powerful, getting money. And it was tending towards a Republican Party, right? And so Democrats came and said, oh, when they got in power, we undermine them. And so I'm not going into all the details. But the bottom line is, they said, we got to take these industrial jobs from them. Because they become independent. We're going to lose control. We're losing control of them already. Remember the Civil War, they lost control. When the industrial lost control, because now they can have you in the fields, they have total control of you. Remember, they're losing control because you're growing. It's the Bible says they will break the chains because of fatness. The chains on us, they break because of fatness. Maybe I should show that quote. It means you're not being energized, so it's hard for them to keep you under control. That's what it's saying. So they start losing control because now our time, this is the time of Master Muhammad, right? 1860s. He was born in 1877, right? See, all this happens, it's not a coincidence. So now you've been energized. And so you've broken the chains. You inspired the industrial age. So now they lose control of you. So they have more fear. That's why they started the black laws, black code laws and Jim Crow and all that kind of stuff. And KKK, that was all about fear. I try to get you to understand that. There's fear of you. So I said, okay, fear you being smart enough. They know you're smarter than them, more powerful and everything else. So I said, hey, man, if they industrialize, they're going to become independent. Right? Because you always burning all their towns. Remember they was burning all their towns down that they set up? This is fear, that you don't understand it. And that fear of you right now is the highest ever been. So that's why they send your jobs overseas. They don't want you to have them, so they send them overseas, to China. But see, everything's backfiring on them now. Everything's backfiring. Every time, whatever they do is then backfiring. Because now China's become a powerhouse, a nuclear power, because all that you sent over there, trying to keep us under control. They send all the jobs over to China. I'm just getting you a short version, right? Okay. So now, right? And so, and so many jobs they send China, and then you start moving up, right? Then you become employees, and right? Okay, let's move to the next way. Then industrial two, right? Okay. So in other words, the first stage was, right, the Civil War. The next one was the menial jobs and everything they set to keep you from on the lower rung and to keep from, to keep you out of industrial jobs. Then the second was right, when they couldn't do that, then they sent the jobs over to China. Send them over to China. Keep them getting them. I'm cutting corners here. And then come the AI age. Because remember, you was the best at the industrial. They said, well, they're better employees than me, than us. And manufacturers rather have them than us, so send them to China. So hey man, they still, no, you gave the jobs because you want black folks to have them. And same to AI. And it's a fact. They found that we're best at all these things. Every time black folks get their foot in the door, they don't just get through the door, they kick the goddamn door down. In sports, everything. But they don't want you to know that. Because if you're so bad, so ignorant, how come every time you get in those music, sports, whatever, you kill them? Because you're the best. But they're trying to do everything they can to keep you. It's like I asked my wife, I said, I've said it before, I said, would you make a law that said dogs cannot read? What would be the point of that? So why did they make laws we couldn't read? Because they know if America was controlled by women, they took control of America, right? The first thing they would do is pass laws that men could not go to the gym. Right? Because if men go to the gym, they become stronger than them. Your men cannot go to the gym. Keep them under control, because if they go to the gym, they're going to be, they can use their strength. And the same thing, they said, make law we couldn't read. Why? If we was dumb and stupid, then why did they make a law we couldn't read? What would be the point of it? Because we're better, but they don't want you to know that. So the AI age, same thing. They found that we was the best at that, and so they said, we can't have them doing that. So what? Reagan killed the program. I went to the program myself and started bringing Indians over. They couldn't send jobs over there, so they brought them over to do it. Because they can't do it. See what I'm saying? They can't do it. And they didn't want us to do it, because we're better. So they give it to somebody, get China, India, whatever, anybody. Keep us out. This is what's going on. This is the real history. They don't want you to know. They're doing you a favor. Oh, we love you now. We want to stop slavery because it was bad. No, because they hate you now. They're doing everything they can to keep you from understanding what's going on. Right now, I ain't got to false Israel yet. You understand? So you have some background what's going on here, and you should be able to understand this. Let's move on. And look at this. This should tell you something right here. Now, back in the 50s, black folks, right? See the evolution? And you make a connection here. Now, back there, they had your mind, the vector so strong on you. Remember, they trying to keep control. You want to look like them. Got your hair concholine, right? What do they call them? What do you call that? A process. Big hair like them. You see? That was a popular thing back then. He has hair straightened before he became black and proud. Then he got a fro, right? See? Because they want you. Remember, when you hate something, you want to change it. You want to change it more like yourself, and they want to. So that's this. Who's see who's trying to be like them? Out of fear. That's not our hair. That's what was back. That was popular. I even got me a process for about 5 minutes one day. They talked me into that crap, man. I don't know why I did that. I wouldn't gotten. He said, hey man, everybody was doing it, right? Hey man, you gonna get your process? And it kept on, so I went and got it, man. I had about 2 or 3. I cut that stuff out of my head, man. This is stupid, right? It's like, it's like cigarettes. I smoking cigarettes, man. And I said, well, I smoked one cigarette. I said, what are you doing? I ain't getting anything out of it. Yeah, man, it's cool. I said, oh, that was the first and last cigarette I ever smoked. right? They ain't got to do it, that marijuana stuff, right? Because that was a practical person, right? So I'm saying this was, see? And then all of a sudden you graduate to this. Where's this come from? Where did this start happening? After they took the man out of the house and put the men under control of the females, I'm not saying anything wrong with the females, they going to do what they do the best. Now you're trying to be like your mama. Their hair longer than women's hair. Even the Bible says, don't you think something wrong with your hair long like a woman? Even the Bible talks about that. Okay? This is Jay-Z. And go from this to this. You see how we evolved? How the vectors affect us? Because now you just, why would you want to look like this? You got more hair than a female got. You see? And that's cool. But this, well, if that's cool, how was this cool then? One of them can't be cool. If this was cool, how would this be cool? See what I'm saying? Something wrong. One of them wrong. Something wrong with one of them, but she was doing both. Something wrong with both of them. And then on top of that, if you're on TV and you're a black person on TV and a celebrity, 9% of those black folks on there got bald heads. So that, they don't know what you see hair. Like that movie Black Panther, talking about black people, right? Only had one woman on there showed her hair. All other women had their hair covered. You see no naps. Just that one woman. Is that the way it is in Africa? All the women got their hair covered? It wasn't Muslim cover. It just had something on their head to cover so you can see no naps. You don't see what's going on, brothers and sisters? Now that's supposed to be cool for me, like a man, like a fool to me. I had one dude, I've got me, I used to come to them all. He wanted to give me, I didn't get no fist bump. What's wrong with you, bro? I said, wait, what you want, bro? You don't identify with the brothers? I said, oh, you a brother? You look like a sister to me. Oh boy, we almost got into it. Ooh. We almost got into it. I knew, but he backed off. So yeah. Look at that. Where's this coming from? It's coming from them. Hollywood. This comes from Hollywood right here. And so did this. Who's controlling Hollywood? Who's controlling Hollywood? Let me say it again. Who's controlling Hollywood? Who's controlling celebrities? The same ones saying, God stole your identity. When you going to wake up? You're going to wake up in a minute. Have us look like fools all over the damn world. Now you're talking about African wears blade. Now you got even Africans over here doing it now. They never wore no men wore no braids in the past. It's bullshit. Okay, let's move on. Whoa. Maybe I get to my, okay, watch this. This is just showing, right? Let's go to the next second part. This is just showing the quality. There's a quality aspect of consequence. That would say, doing them as done to you. That means, since we're the personification of what they did, then we have to do it to them. Otherwise, they're going to face consequence. But if we don't do it, it's going to come the other way. But the quality of it, so that's justice. Because they're going to face consequence for what they did. But we personify everything so you can see it clearly. And you can identify it. And that's what it's showing here. Let me show it again, then I'm going to close. Move on. Oop, nope. Then I'm going to show this. Oh, here you go. They hit us. Now we hit back. That's justice. Same thing. No matter what they hit us with, we're going to head back to, that would say, doing them as they had done to you the same way. That's what I'm trying to show here. Like one time it's an arrow, next time it's a triangle. It's just trying to show that the consequence is not only just consequence, but it's equal in character. Right? It's equal in character, see? That's what they're doing them as they've done to you, so it'll be the same, right? But then the point is they say, okay, how can they do that? Because are we going to do rape like all the stuff that Solomon, no, we're not going to do that stuff, right? But when the goat comes in, read chapter 17, that we inspired, they're going to do it. And so here's another one here, see? Now, I'm trying to get you to understand. See, you say consequence, that's general. I'm trying to get a math specific details. So the thing is that vectors, now I'm trying to tell you how vectors, I'm thinking about stop even doing this altogether because time's so close. But if I do, I want to talk in terms of vectors because vectors is the language of pressure, and that's what I really want to talk because that's what you really, that's the level you need to come to, right? Because that's the underlying principle of all these scriptures. That's mathematical, the universe. That's the mathematical. Because force, energy, force, that's the mathematical principle. Every action has an opposite equal reaction. That's force. Energy, action, force. And that gets down to, and vectors are the language of it. And I want to talk in that language, but I can't talk in language because you don't understand basic, and that's the language I really think on. So I'm giving you a little more hints on it. And it explains things. So in other words, vectors have direction and force, right? So if we get energized, we add more force to our vector. But what if our vector doesn't have direction? See? A car spin around, that means direction going, the action going, the arrow's going every direction. So it's spinning around. It's not going anywhere. Because, right, it's spinning around. That means the vector's pointing every direction. You're not going, that was not going anywhere. Because one person, instead of Hodge, everybody pointing the same direction, right? Everybody's going different directions. So we're going around a circle. I'm Buddhist. I'm going Hindu. I'm a Christian. So we're going around a circle because we're pointing every direction. In fact, hold on a second, brothers and sisters. I should have did this, but maybe let's take a second. Let's take a second. Just give me a second here. Instead of talking about it, just show it. Let's take a second here. Mm-mm. Okay. Well, a couple of seconds. See, a picture's worth 1,000 words. That's what they say. I agree. So a couple more for emphasis. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. I want to do that. Don't make it too complicated. Okay, that's good enough. I think you get the picture. I think you get the picture. Okay. And see here? See right here? Now, they go every direction, so they ain't going anywhere. They spin around. They spin around. Because everybody going a different direction. See, that's why I understand vectors. So long as they keep us going in different directions, we spin around, we're not going anywhere. It's going round and round in circles. Well, I lose my camera here. Yeah, look, I lost my camera here. No? Well, I don't know what's going on here. Anyway, spin around, right? Because everybody going in different directions. That's where they want you. Hey? I'm this. I'm a Jehovah's Witness. I'm Baptist. Right? I'm a Jew. I'm everything. Then Farrakhan said, yeah, man, we ain't going nowhere. We're going to be the Sunnis, right? But we would oblige you and Scientology, which is Catholicism 2.0, right? Anyway, he's part of it. But see here, but once you start in one direction, that's what Elijah Muhammad tried to get you going in one direction. Then, remember, the whole purpose is to keep you, your vision. This is the vision. This is the promise right here. So how do you do that? How do this is vectors, vector language. How do you do that? Remember this, how you keep people going from moving, going anywhere. Have everybody going different directions. They don't go nowhere. They think they're going somewhere, they spin around, but they ain't going anywhere. See, our nation spin around, but it's not going anywhere. Well, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican, I'm a Seventh-day Adventist, I'm a Jehovah's Witness, I'm a whatever, I'm Baptist. So we spin around, we're moving, but we ain't going anywhere. See, we got energy, but it's mismanaged energy because this is the devil's effect on us. The vectors they have on us make us all these different directions. We're not going anywhere. We got energy, got a lot of energy. We're not going anywhere. We spin around. You understand? But now all this energy is put in one direction, right? And that's there. So how do you stop that? Okay, they spin around no more, right? They don't spin around no more, right? So, but we got to stop them doing this. The devils don't want you to leave, and they don't want you to come here. These don't want you to come here, and these don't want you to leave because they getting rich off of you. They want to control you. And they don't want you to come here. So what happens? How do you stop it? Right? With vectors. You need a counter vector with the same opposite direction, same force. Now remember, we've been energized. So as we energize, our force is increasing. That means their force has to increase too to keep ours going from nowhere. That means you got to keep putting energy. So these and these have to invest in energy in this. These and these have to invest energy in this to keep this energy balanced to energy that we're getting, right? Because we've been more energized. So this has to be more energized too. So where they get the energy from? They got to get it from here and from here. See? This direction, this energy. You see, that's why I talk vector language. See, when you see, this is, I'm saying all the time, I'm showing you vectors. Because if it's like this here, it doesn't work. Hold on, let me show you something. Maybe I should, yeah, hold on. And we haven't talked about these, then it says, okay, I see I could do something else. I'm going to take a second here. Okay, say this. Uh-oh, nope. Oh, yeah, I should do it the other way. The other way. Okay. Where are we at here? Oh. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so what I'm showing here is, see here? Okay, now I just showed you that, right? Counter. But the vector has to be that way. Otherwise, if the vector's like this, that means if it's going like this, that won't work. Because now you're still going this direction, but now you may not go in here, but you may be going to Africa. And they don't want you there either. See? So to stop you cold, right? Boom. But the problem is, they got to keep fueling this because you and being energized. Every 50 years, you get more energy. So they got to be more and more. That's why they have to protect. That's why. Where they get oil from? Where are they getting oil from? They don't have oil their own. Where are they getting oil from? How come they getting oil from the Arabs? Why are they getting oil when they say they don't need to be there? They're oppressing Arabs. They're attacking Arab countries. Why? Why are they giving oil in? If without oil, they wouldn't be able to do it. Where are they getting the military? All the stuff they come from America. They get oil from there and they get the military stuff from America, right? Because both of them working together to keep us right there from going anywhere. And then they got Farrakhan telling you, you're not going anywhere to make sure you get to that point. You see, you put it all together. That's what's going on, brothers and sisters. Put it all together. That's what's going on. But now, that's why but we get energized. Especially when angel messages come on, then they got to pour more energy into it. So the Rays got to put more into it, America got to put more, to keep the balance, to keep us. Because if we don't, then we can still move forward. Move slower, but we still move forward. So you got to put more and more energy. And that's why now, who's the country that's jeopardizing that, that's not on board with that? Iran. Iran wants to take that out. Iran takes it out, boom. There's nothing to stop us. You see, that's the vectors. You can explain the whole thing in vectors. Iran wants to take that out. That's a vector. See? Yeah. Well, might as well go ahead and I'm spending time doing this right now, so might as well. Hold on. And I'm gonna close out because I inspected. Oh, wow. Okay, hold on. Might as well put that in there. Well, hold on. Let me see what I got here. I got something I can use. Yeah, I got something I can use right here. Okay. Okay, I'll leave it there. Leave it there. Hopefully it helps you, brothers and sisters. I want to talk vector talk, because that's the really language you need to know. Then you understand what's going on in the world. It's all vectors. Okay, let's look at this. See, here's Iran up here, right? They set this up, right? And Iran wants to take that out. They can't have that happen, because if they accept, then we move it, then it's not, the opposition gone. You understand, brothers and sisters? Forget about that one now. We talked about that one already. Well, that's gone. Now we go. See? Bam. You see it? See how this comes together? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. That's why I got to take Iran out, because Iran takes it out. Then, you understand? That's why Iran got to take Iran out. That's what's really going on here. See? But Master Muhammad, Iran is going to take it out. That's the, and then we're going home. Because Iran takes it out, we come together, we're going home. See, you can explain it all in just in vector, simple vector language. And that's exactly what they say is going to happen in that simple vector language. So they did to us vectors. Let's put it like that. They put false Israel to make sure we stay that way. Get no vision. Then they take our false vision out. We get angry and we go back home. Simple vector language, brothers and sisters. You don't want to study vectors, that's up to you. That's the language behind the angel. Okay. Oh, let's move on to, okay, I'm going to bypass this. Go to the next level here. Enemies attack, God can make out, okay. Go to this one. And it says, from days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven has been taken by violence, and violence seize it. Now, at the kingdom of heaven is someplace beyond sun, moon, and stars. This is not impossible. Unless you're saying this is some war going on that we can't know about. From the days of John the Baptist, Elijah Muhammad, until now, they haven't been destroyed yet. Let's bring you up to date. The heavens is taken by violence. The kingdom of heaven is taken by violence, or the heavens is taken by violence, and the violence sees it. So that tells you who the violent are. Gog and Magog, American Britain. See? That's what's going on right there, right? Now, let's look. I'm not. You can read that at your own leisure. But what would I compare this generation? There's somebody Levites here. It's like little children sitting in the markets calling out to others, saying, "We pipe for you, and you did not dance. We sang and dirge, and you did not will." Oh, it's like it says in 7 church. I'm not going to do it. It says, "F you in here." No, but you ain't doing anything. We call out you. We sang for you. You don't dance. We play music. Whatever. You ain't doing anything. What's your problem? It says this generation about the Levites. They're like children sitting in the markets calling out to others. Calling out, but they ain't doing anything. And their people's lives on the line, depending upon them. And they're supposed to be their kings. So they won't be kings long. We won't be kings at all. So that tells you right there that they would be said the violent, they'd be attacked. That's what's going on. America puts up, oh man, they destabilize every place they stabilize all the countries. They've been focused on the Middle East right now because that's, remember, okay, I should have put this out there. If you read the story about Jesus, right, when they put him in the thing, oh, hold on. When they killed him, they put him in a tomb and they put a rock over him so he couldn't get out. So why would you do that? Because remember, he didn't say that he was going to be resurrected. They didn't know that was supposed to happen. That supposed no. So they put a rock on. So what they're telling you is that they put our people in a tomb. Like, remember the story about and Mark, and the tomb, the rock over there, was false Israel. So he couldn't get out. And then the stone had to be moved before he could come out alive, resurrected. And that's why Muhammad's going to move that stone. He's going to move that stone that's got you locked in that tomb. See? Because it said the man was howling and screaming in the tombs. Right? And then he saw the Son of Man, and then he ran to him. Right? But he was in the tombs, so how did he get out of the tombs? See? And then he ran to him. That's what's about to happen. Because that's false Israel was there to keep you from realizing who you are. Because once they're gone, that stone is moved, you're resurrected. That's why all those things happen at the same time. But what's holding this whole thing right now is two things holding it up. It's one, the Master Muhammad has to move that stone, right? And the other thing, why he has to move that stone, because he's trying to wait on these Levites to do something. And Jonah's about to get totally pissed off about it. I said, man, why are you wasting your time here? I've tried. Everybody's tried. That's the only thing holding up. They don't know the right hand from the left. Everybody's saying, what you waiting for? The Levite, the Shishia. They say, Lord, how long before you take revenge? Everybody's saying. Jonah said, man, what you waiting for? Well, the Levites, they don't know the right hand from their left. Right? It means they still worship demons and carrying on. And they is. They can't recognize, that's another way of saying they can't recognize Farrakhan. Because he's a demon, but they think he's one of them. That's another way of saying that. Because he said, remember, they all together, demons, he said, the demons and the saints are together. And it says, soon I had to separate them. That's only two things. So at what point? Doesn't matter how much, heck, move on. They get to act together, don't look like to me. And I'm not wasting more time with it. See? I'm not going to monitor or anything to whatever. I'm just like Jonah, I'm offline now. So I'm treating him as Master Muhammad. Right? Because that's what's holding up. That's what's holding up. And then once that happens, then he moved the stone. Sirius already went down. That's already gone. That's the only thing holding him up now. It says, they're on the left hand from the right hand. They can't separate the demon from the saints. Okay? And then once he moves that stone, and then all of a sudden the resurrection takes place. False Israel, and that's about to happen. See? Okay. So, is Trump going to force his hand? Because they Trump go ahead and attack false Israel, and it looks like, right? You got to read that very carefully. King of North, King of South. So the King of South will push at him. And say he'll come as, and that's what they pushing at him, but then say attack him, say push at him. So it looks like they're going to preemptive attack. But then you see one heaven sound the same thing. It says Michael's angel with the war with it, and they fought back. So that Master Muhammad probably made right? He ain't waiting any longer. Because everybody's saying Iran may do a preemptive attack. Why are people saying these things? Exactly what I've been saying for years. Now everybody's saying it. So we know it's going to happen soon. So if you get careful, it looks like they're going to make the first move, not the first move, because they retaliated to what? Because remember, they're saying there was what was a True Promise 3? That was the one that was supposed to get revenge on false Israel for attacking them last time. And they said, no, we still going to do that. Iran said, we still going to do that. So we wait on our time to do it. That was retaliation. And so now everything is right at that critical point. So he knows he's got a ball any second now. Right? Okay. And when it happens, everything falls like dominoes. Boop, 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 boop. Just so fast. Boop, 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 boop. Farrakhan down. Suleiman takes control of the Nation of Islam. People come together as a great army, right? Armageddon kicks off. All this stuff comes so fast. Falls Israel under siege. And that's Holocaust 2. No, Holocaust 2. Because what I said, what they've been doing right now is their own obituary. Because what they're doing right now is exactly what's going to happen to them. In spades. They're writing their own obituary. And America is too. Because all the stuff they're doing, if False is doing, America's helping them do, is going to happen right here. Right here. So they're talking about, and the thing is, see, that's what I'm saying. When they don't have understanding of how things work. So that means that their wisdom is destroyed. Because they don't realize they're going to be in Armageddon in a minute. They don't realize, well, how it's going to turn out. Because they did, Trump would be making enemies of everybody. He's making enemies of everybody. But that's what Scripture said. Everybody's going to turn against him. Well, he's already making it happen. Everybody's hating America now, even the allies. He's already setting the stage. You see all this stuff coming together? You didn't see us a year ago. Everybody's against America. Because Trump I told you, he's the man who's going to call him to destruction. He's going to be the most hated man ever. But he think he's doing great. He got Europe turning against him. He got Japan turning against him. He got all his so-called allies. Canada turns against him. So when they go to war, people are going to say, okay, let's go help him out. No, man. They won't come against him too. All this stuff is in place. So America be asked for, please help me. They be putting sanctions on America. We're not going to help you, please. He going to be on his knees begging. Trump going to be on his knees begging before they put his out of his misery. But please help. Europe, come on. Europe going to turn against them. All right, come on, Europe, we friends. Come on, work on. No, man, F you. Canada, come on, man, F you. Come on, Green, F you. Panama, F you. France, F you. Mexico, F you. See how that's coming in place, brothers and sisters? And all this diversity you got in America right now? How many Mexicans here going to agree with their country? Yeah, man, that's wrong, man. They're going to turn it on America. They ain't going to help. How many Canadians here? Oh, yeah, man, they're going to turn it against America. This diversity that they thought was so great is going to be one of the great worst things they ever did. That's going to cause total division in this country. Because everybody's here. The Africans, hey, everybody's here from someplace else. And when everybody's just against America, they're going to unite with their countries, mentally. So the French, they're going to fight on the French side. The Germans going to fight on the German side. The Russians going to fight on the Russian side. Canadians going to fight on the Canadian side. Mexico going to fight on the total chaos here. That's going to be a strange thing. You ain't never seen anything like this happen. A nation never went down like this nation's going to go down. They ain't going to be able to control it. Remember, and so they're going to have the military. The military's not being control. They said the men's going to be so afraid they'll be hiding in the alleyways, holding their groins like a woman in labor. So America's not going. They're going to have control. Everybody's going to be against everybody. They're going to have any control. Their strong men are hiding. That the fear's going to be off the page. They're going to have to give it a new name because fear's not going to be good enough. They're going to have to call it a new name. They're going to be so off the page. They're going to lose total control. That means total, absolute fear. Total, absolute fear. Total. And then the people that supposed to be in control, like Trump and the senators and the preachers and all that kind of stuff, oh man, what's going to happen to them? What's going to happen to them? And we talking about days away, bro, sis. We ain't talking about years anymore. Days away. We're not even talking about months away. I'm surprised we got past through all march to the truth. I'm going to close out, bro. So let me give you something here. I wasn't going to do this. Maybe I shouldn't do it. Because they're getting that numerology, and I don't want to go in there because there's people that talk numerology. They don't know what they're talking about. But you might be able to put something in this, right? Because see, you might take it strange, right? But the number 7. Now, the birth of Suleiman, says the birth of son of man, he would be 21. That's 3 times 7, 1949. 7 times 7. That's interesting. Right? Okay. So, his father passed 63. That's, I mean, it was 9 times 7. No, yeah, 9 times 7, right? 21st August. That's 21. 3 times 7, right? And so he found Elijah exactly 7 years later, 1970, 63, 1970, 7 years, right? And he got his ex on the exact same day, August 21st, 1970, exactly 7. So why does 7s keep popping up like that? Right? And then his ex was 21. 21X, 3 times 7. Why is he? Because he was aware of it at the time, because we was in New Jersey, his ex was 20X. So he knew, right, man, that's 7, that's something wrong with that. Then when he went to Chicago, because he was the 21st guy, he was 21X. I said, oh, I'm in the right place now. Got 20, that didn't make sense, right? And then X was 1970, right? That's 10 times 7, right? And then I'll cut the chase because there's something a lot more, right? But next year is he'll be 77 years old. Next year we'll be home. I'll leave it there. We'll be home next year. Be home next year. 27. He'll be 77 years old. He said Josh would be in the 70s. He's 77 years old. He'll be home with 77. There's more to it than that, but I'm gonna leave it there. I just thought I'd share that. It's a lot more, but I thought I'd just put it out there. Anyway, I don't want anybody getting numerology or that kind of stuff, right? But you say, what? How do 7s keep popping up like that? Important days, always on the 7. And every time we move someplace when I get there, I always look at the address and some multiple of 7. I know we're in the right place. I can tell you, man, I can tell you a whole lot more about those 7s, right? See? Anyway, I'll leave it there. Okay, I think that's it, bro. Since I'm leaving, yeah. Well, let's check this out. Yeah, let's do this. See here? Now, Christians and Jews been each other's throat for 2,000 years. 2,000 years. They blame the Jews for killing Jesus. Because Jesus told them, according to the Bible, that they would not seed Abraham, right? And their father was the devil. It says in the angel that the synagogue of Satan, those claims of Jews. And so they said, and that's when they killed him after that, according to the Bible. So why would they help him? But why? And plus, these Jews say that Jesus in hell burned his own shit. That's in their scripture. I can't name the book. I can't think of the name of the book right now, right? But that's their holy book. And they say he's in shit, Jesus in hell burned his own shit. You gotta take a word for it. You can Google it, actually. Right? So they've been at y'all's throat. 2,000 years. And they almost came to a head, what, in the 1930s? They was going to get rid of him. And then what happened? After that, now they love buddy. How did that happen? Because they needed them to be that vector to stop us from understanding that we're the true Abraham. And they know that. That's the dilemma. They know the only reason they're using them to keep us from realizing who we are, Because once they realize who we are, that's trouble for them. Because we're going to take revenge, we're going to destroy them. A new world's coming in. So they need them to keep us realize who we are, keep around circles or a direction. That's why I need them. But they know that. They know as long as they're useful for that, then America keeps supporting them. But once they no longer need them, they're going to come back at them again. Just like they were here, they're going to come right back at them again. They know that. And that's the dilemma. That's the dilemma. See, so it puts it all together, and I'm going to close. Okay, understand that. So that's the dilemma. So when you understand that, the thing is that they know the only reason why America is important because America hates them. The Christians hate them, except the ones bought out like Hagen and all them. I told you, they really, not even preachers, they agents. But they hate them. The Christians hate them. They was hating them, and like I said, it was about to destroy all of them until Elijah Muhammad said, well, they said, oh, we got to put the vector to stop that. They're the vector. There's a stone on the tomb door to keep us getting out, right? So they said, well, okay. And they know that the process, remember, they know parts of society, they know the secrets, America's secrets. That's the whole, that John Pollard thing. That's why they don't want to tell a story. Because he was able to look at, he was in CIA, and he was able to look at the secret documents. They know what the plan is. So they know they're coming close to eradicating us. So the thing is, they know once they get rid of us, then they're going to get rid of them. Because they don't want them, they hate them, but they're like family members. They fight with each other until a new neighbor come in. The neighbor come in, okay, now they fight, let's get the neighbor. Then they go back fighting each other after they get rid of the nigger, you understand? That's the situation. So now, once they get rid of us, then they'll go back after them. So their problem is, we got to put ourselves in a position where they can't do that. How we do that? We take control of the whole Middle East and take control of all of the Middle East. We got nuclear weapons, because remember, Kennedy tried to stop them from getting nuclear weapons. That's why he said they'd kill them. He didn't want to have nuclear weapons because they want to get rid of them eventually. He was a Catholic. He wasn't down with Israel, false Israel. They knew it was false. So they didn't want to empower them by giving nuclear weapons. He tried to stop it. You understand? Oh, you can't see the whole thing here. Hold on, brothers and sisters. Hold on. So he tried to stop it. You see? And they said he killed them for it. But the bottom line is that that's why they got this plan to take over the whole Middle East. So it's Israel. But the only thing stopping them is Iran. Again. That's the only thing stopping them is Iran. And when from Iran, they would took over Arabia, they took over Turkey. I'm not Turkey, but they took over Arabia, they took over Jordan, they took over all those countries. The only thing stopping them is Iran. You got that. That's the dilemma. But they can take, so they trying to get America to take out Iran. When they take out Iran, they can take out Arabia, they can take out Jordan, take out all those countries. And they have control of the Middle East. Now they got control of oil that's fueled this whole reality. And they got nuclear weapons. So now America can't do a goddamn thing to them. America's on their knees. We're gone. America can't take her out. And they can hurt America because America need that oil. You understand? That's the dilemma. That's what's really going on here. That's why forces are pushing to take out Iran, and America's been reluctant because they know that's the purpose they want Iran to take out. Forces after they take us out. See? So that's the dilemma. That's America's dilemma. Well, we take out Iran, man. We need somebody to take out them once we take out these niggas. You understand? But forces, no, you got to take out Iran. Because they know if they take out Iran, they can take all the Middle East, and then they got control of all that oil. And then they got America about a, you know what? That's the dilemma. And America said, well, yeah, if we take out Iran, see, then they'll take over the Middle East. Now we got two problems. You understand? That's the dilemma. When I mean the dilemma, that's the dilemma they have. Because they hate each other. And for us, that's why, no, you got to take out Iran, take out Iran, take out Iran, take out Iran. Fast. Before you take out those niggas. Because you need us to keep the niggas from waking up. That's the dilemma. That's the timing. That's what's really going on. That's why false Israel's pushing to take out Iran, not America. They say, why can't Iran have nuclear weapons? Because they would take out. They said the only reason why they don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons because they would take out or neutralize false Israel. That's what they say. So it's because of Israel they're doing it. False Israel. And false Israel knew they need to take out Iran, right? Because the only way they could always take on the Middle East. America's that's the conflict going on there. And they try to work out, how can I do this? How can I handle this? And the process still, and behind the scenes trying to take us out. So if they can take us out fast, before that means they got something going on here right now, in the process of taking you out. And that gets into China. That's another story. It tells you right there. It says, throw them in the river. If you can't avoid them, throw them in the river. What's the river? The river meant to my China, India. That's the way trying to start the war over there. Get them in that war. 200 million men. We had to draft everybody, which they wouldn't have to couldn't touch you if you was in Nation of Islam because Elijah Muhammad already made that thick. You was immune from drafting because of that Ali thing. But Farrakhan said, no, we'll fight. So now you're not immune. They can draft your ass, put you in there, 200 million man army, China. You'll be totally wiped out. And then they'll sue for peace. And then your problem is gone. And then they can back off, let Iran do its thing, get rid of false Israel. Problem solved. They got rid of us. They got rid of false Israel. They're at peace with the Arabs. That's what Trump wants. That's the way he really want it. It ain't going to happen that way. Master Muhammad's going to intervene. But that's what the dilemma, that's what's going on here. When you put it all together. Because they know to go against China, they have to draft everybody. And you be the first ones drafted. And your population, they draft all the men they don't have in prison, because the ones in prison, they can't populate, can you? You can't produce anything, can you? You can't produce any babies, can you? And so they put you in the military, so they eradicate 99% of the fertile males. That's the end of the population. That's better than abortion, ain't it? They said abort you first, if not, they'll throw you in the river. You have to understand the angel, understand this stuff. That's what's going on here. I'm gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. So you can take or leave it. Right? That's what happened. So maybe you'll be here, or maybe you won't. Maybe you'll be lost, or maybe you won't. Maybe you wake up, maybe you won't. If you don't wake up, that's no skin off my back. Well, I'm not here to warn you. I'm here to give you information. You decide what you want to do with it. I ain't asking no fouls or anything. You decide what you want to do with it. Okay? But that's what's going on. And nobody explained to you. And it's clear. Because you answer all the questions. Why they mess with China? Why they made China so strong? Well, why they back false Israel? Why they bring people across the border? Because they get rid of you. They need people to take those positions until they get the robots in there. Because where you at? You in Popeyes? You in McDonald's? You know, all those different places. Devils ain't in there. And they want to keep the economy going. And who's placing those things? The people come across the border. I said, well, Trump, he's trying to get rid of people across the border. Is he? Is he? You don't get it, Bell, you're going to get it in a minute. But Master Muhammad's going to make his move. And that's going to save some of you if you deserve to be saved. I mean, you deserve to be saved. Do you want to be saved? That's the problem. Nobody's going to force you. You went to the hard cost. You earned the right to go home. Now you want to come and claim your ticket? Like you hit the lottery, then you got the ticket, then you go claim it, or what? You got to claim it. You got to step up and qualify. You already got the basic qualification. Now you got to step up and say, okay, go home, get that, upload that angel bind. And the reward is great. That's what's happening, brothers and sisters. But this has explained everything. When you see that, tell me somebody explain it better. Tell me what happened to anything. All those pieces come together like a perfect puzzle. All the pieces come together like a perfect puzzle, don't it? So if that ain't it, then you tell me what it is. If that's not what's happening, tell me what is happening. Because it answers questions, because you got a lot of questions. Why people come across the border? Who's causing that? The Democrats. Put them in there, black folks. And why are you supporting false Israel, no matter what? Why is false Israel pushing to take out Iran? that answer all those questions, every one of them. Why they got this conflict with China? Perfect fit. I'm leave it there, brothers and sisters. We hear this right here. This Arabia. See that one tell is that it said when we go home. Now Jews claim they return. No, it says you return is between River Egypt and Euphrates River, which is Arabia, right here. That's when they return to. That shows it's all bullshit. Because the reason why they ain't saying that because they're using Arabia to help. To give them energy to keep us from going home. So they don't want to let Arabia know that that's the land, that's the objective, take Arabia. Because that's what it says, the promised land is Arabia. It's very clear. But the fact they ain't saying to us Palestine is not it. That means they plan to take it, but they don't want to they don't alert Arabia of what they're doing. That's a big tell right there. Okay, I'm going to close out here, brothers and sisters. Hold on a second. I'm going to let this run out. Well, let me be quiet. Oops. One second here, brothers and sisters. A slight change here. Okay. Where we at here? Okay, here we go. I'm letting run, boss. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Sulman Rahim here. Mention the covenant. Break up 7 seals. Fear. Let's talk a little bit about fear, brothers and sisters. You know, years ago, I guess it was like, had a contract up in Indiana. And I was working on this project. I take child support or something, right? There was a sister there, young sister. And I guess you'd call herself a preacher or something, right? And she's a nice lady, right? And she tried to come down to me with that, you know, the Christian spiel. And I thought, I said, you know something, you gotta be careful with that because you tell children that, do you understand the impact that has on children? That you tell them that they can go to hell and never, they don't believe in it. You have like, oh man, I don't do that. Yes, you do that. You do that. Because that's what you teach them. Do you have an impact what it has on a real, a young mind, innocent mind, a weak mind, actually, because you know it's not strong enough to handle anything like that. It's like you give a baby, he's like 2 years old, and you drop 50 pounds on him. He can't handle that. You're gonna get a hernia. You're gonna break something. You can't handle that. That's what you do, and you mess people up. Cause that happened to me. And you know, I thought about that the other day. I really thought about that deep. I said, you know something? Because I was, you know, I look in the past. I keep looking forward because I said, man, I look in the past, man. You start looking in the past, regretting all that kind of stuff. Man, you start bumping into things. You know, if you're walking forward, looking backwards, I said, because I'd be too depressed. Because there's nothing in my past that makes me happy. So I don't look at it. I look toward the future, right? And like I was a thinking child, right? So my mother dropped on, she dropped, or whoever dropped that on me, about if you don't believe in Jesus, you're going to hell. And that was like a drop of atomic bomb on me. I'm thinking, I said, what the hell? Go to hell never. And it really, I never thought about it that deeply because I said, I don't look back in the past. I said, you know something? I didn't realize that I didn't realize that then. I didn't realize it until I'm thinking about it right now that had, my whole life was driven by that. Because I remember, you know, before, it was 2 things, events that happened. First, I got the knowledge of how the universe works. That's before I got injured. I was about the same time. Because I remember I kept trying to figure out how the universe works. All my life trying to figure out. And it was like, man, it was like driving me crazy. I was doing math, I was doing everything. I said, there gotta be some math, some principle behind this, right? And I remember I was running around in the park in New Jersey. And I used to run every day, right? And it hit me. Pressure. Pressure is the driving force. And man, my mind like, ooh, it's like somebody lifted 50,000 pounds off my mind. Because I didn't realize I've been carrying that around for all those damn years, for 40-some years. All that weight was on my mind. And when that hit me, all of a sudden, and I had something I could work with. Because I was always trying to find out, what the hell, what's this about? You die and you go to hell and all that stuff. And I was trying to figure, there's got to be something, I got to understand this thing, because, I mean, I can't make no mistakes. I don't want to be in hell forever, never. And that was driving me. I didn't realize it until that happened. And I thought about it the other day. I said, oh, you know something? Because I was so under so much pressure, right? That I didn't think about why I was under the pressure. I was just trying to figure out, get this off my mind, because that dropped on me. And ever since, I was just driving. And like I said, my parents, when they passed, and I said, let me look at the Bible. I got to figure out I don't know. My father passed when I was 14. I had no idea what was going on. My mother passed when I was 9. Me and my little sister, I said, had no idea what was going on. No idea what was going on, how this world works, anything, nothing. All I knew is I was gonna go to hell forever, never, never. If I didn't do the right thing. And I said, I don't know what the right thing is. Oh man, whew. And that drove me, and that was that pressure in my mind. And I think, but all my decision thing was always back to that. That was what was driving it. And it didn't really occur to me though until I was there. I said, that was what was driving everything. That's why I said, I always wanted to do the right thing. I remember saying it the other day. I said, that's why I always want to do the right thing. Because I don't want to make any mistakes, but I didn't know what was the right thing. So I said, well, that's what drove me to the Bible. You know what I'm saying? I said, well, why did I pick the Bible? Because it was it came together. All it came together. It was that thing that dropped me when I was a child. All came together. Why I chose the Bible, why I went through the right thing, I went through all the things I was doing, right? Because I was trying to get that pressure off my mind, because that drove me. And see the same thing. See, some people not able to do that. And some people it cripples them. It paralyzes their brain as a child. And so the only way they can survive it is like either just accept it and hold on, or just reject it, or just to find some kind of way to cope with it. And that's one of the vectors our people are under. And it just hit me the other day. I said, I said, damn, that was the driving force. And I was telling my sister, right, I didn't even think about it at the time. I said, do you understand when you put the pressure you're putting on people, on their mind? And I didn't even relate it back to myself. And I said, I said, wow, that was the driving force. Because I've been saying all the time, sometimes you say things, you don't realize you're saying it. I was saying, hey man, I said, I had to look at the Bible. What me look at the Bible? I said, I always want to do the right thing, right? Why did I want to do that? Because that was driving me. I was afraid, fear. They put so much fear in me with that bullshit that it took me 40-some damn years. But the point is that pressure got me to figure out how the universe works. Damn. Ooh. I'm saying, I said, oh, well, if they had done that, I wouldn't have learned that, got that. And then that helped me with the angel, because angel's all based on pressure and factors and math. Because without that, some things I wouldn't be able to do with the angel. So all the things came together. But I said, I wouldn't want to go through that again. Because I remember, man, I was like under extreme pressure all my life, all my youth. Under extreme pressure, I was driven, right? And I wasn't happy, right? And I was in total fear. I didn't know it. I was in total fear of going to hell forever, never, never. Didn't know it. Didn't know it. Didn't know what was driving it until I figured out. And I figured it was all bullshit. But that's the pressure that caused. Now I'm saying pressure causes you to transform. And you might like the pressure, you might like, yeah. But I said, if it wasn't for that fear, I wouldn't know what I know now. I said, I don't like this process. That's the way it is. And that's just the way it is, I don't like it. Because I don't want to think about that. Because every time I think about it, I get really depressed. That's the only thing that depressed me, when I think about all those damn years I went through that mental pressure. And it was mental pressure daily. And I didn't realize that's what it was, so it was driving it. Fear. They put fear in us. And some people are broken by that fear. If fear transformed me, but some people it breaks. It breaks their mind. And so that's why you see them acting the way they're acting. Oh man, Jesus, help me. Because they scared to death. They scared to death. And they may be going to hell. And nothing you could say, they want to hear it, they want to hear it. That's why they're acting like that. I remember when I was with the Messenger, right? And I was selling Muhammad Speak newspaper, right? And I think on Halsey Street, I think it was, in Chicago. And this brother, a young brother, I was a young brother too at the time. I was about 23, 24, something like that, right? But a young brother, he used to walk down the street like, I don't know if you've seen old doctor bags, right? Black doctor bag. He used to walk down the street with that. He had did he have a suit on? I think he had suit pants on and a shirt, open shirt, right? And he walked down the street. He was a little big tall. Well, I'm not that tall, right? But he was, anyway. So I guess he was in his late 20s maybe. And he'd be just walking down the street hollering about Jesus. So when I see people like that, I always talk to them. I just want to know what's going on, right? So when I cut in the bread, I said, "Brother, what's going on, brother?" So he turned and he sat down and talked to me. He said, "You know something?" He says, "I was walking down the street one day, and he says, all of a sudden, man, like my eyes, like scales fell from my eyes, and I saw a vision of Jesus." I forgot exactly what he told me, something along those lines. And so he thought that that's what he's supposed to be doing, just calling Jesus' name. And that's all he would do is walk up and down the street with that doctor's, I don't know what he had in it. Jesus, 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 Jesus. Yeah. Because the Bible says, if you receive the knowledge of the kingdom but don't understand it, a visible flame follows you up. And that's the same thing. See? I mean, that's where I see it. So, I run to, I run into a lot of people. I ran this brother at the gym not so long ago. He's one of those, what do you call those guys? I forgot they was, remember they was in Philly and they bombed them, whatever. What do they call those people? I forgot what they call them. And he come to the gym, man. They had a movement. What do they call those folks? I don't know if they had braids or not, but they used to wear like a military uniform. I forgot what they call those people. I remember they had there was like Go Back to Africa movement or whatever. There was a whole bunch of families, all that kind of stuff. The move movement or something like that, right? Whatever. And he come to the gym, and I come to him one day, right? Because he come in with his military uniform and everything. I come one day, so I was talking to him. Yeah, man, we the movement or whatever. He was telling me about the Bible stuff. So I said, well, we're the true seed of Abraham, right? And well, no, not really, because I said, well, the Bible says, yeah, it says history is repeating itself. We're just going through what they went through. He couldn't make the connect. So anyway, fear. Our people are in a state of fear now. I said that the other day, but I don't think I said it clear enough. Our people are in a state of fear right now. They've been in a state of fear I said, we're going to change that fear over to them. Because when you lose control, you have fear. And so the thing is that when my parents told me, or whoever told me that, I had no control of myself, because somebody's going to put me in hell for never, and I can't control it. And that was the source of my fear. I didn't realize it, because our people are in a state of fear right now. They fear this, they feel cops, they feel going to jail, they feel this, they feel all this kind of state of fear. And that's where they're at. And they don't want to piss the devils off, because the devils could come after them. And they don't even realize it. And I didn't realize I was in a state of fear. All those damn years, man, all that you can't imagine what I went through. I mean, the pressures on me was so intense. I'm surprised I survived it. I didn't think I was going to get past 50 years old. Because, I mean, like I said, when I was in Vietnam, I was smoking that reefer there, and that's the only thing that alleviated that fear. I didn't realize why I was smoking so much of that stuff. Well, I was just smoking that stuff crazy, because I kind of like put my mind someplace else, because before that, I was just constantly trying to figure out what the hell is going on, what's going on, how this thing work, why am I here? I didn't ask to be here, and I'm going to hell forever, never, without ending on it. Man, damn. You see? And I was smoking that stuff, right? And that's probably why I was smoking it. And that might be why people are on drugs and stuff. See, that's why I say study vectors. Study vectors, because vectors is the language of force and pressure. And that fear is what we're going to put on them. Because when we come to knowledge, when you get to angel, you have knowledge of self, you have knowledge of how things work. That means you won't be fall for that bullshit no more. The fear has been gone, and now you're pushing the fear on them, because now they lose control and they put that fear back on them. You understand the math of it, brothers and sisters? Because they lose control. Right now they lose control. That's why they're something to feel. We got to take this back. We got to take that back. We got to have terrorists. We got to do all this stuff, because that's a reaction. Understand action, reaction. That's reaction to fear. That's reaction to fear. Oh man, we might lose America. We got to make America great again. Well, if he's telling you he'll make America great again, what if he can't? Because he's telling you America's not great right now. And so he's got to do it. So you got to depend on him. What if he can't do it? Then what that mean? You understand? Pay attention to the language. That's how people in a state of fear right now. They don't have control. Right? The devils have control of us. And we have very little control of ourselves.
That's reaction fear.
We have very little control of ourselves. Angel gave me control of myself. I don't need to be doing any of this. I don't need to be doing this. I know exactly where to go, what to do. I don't need to be doing this. Right? I have control of my mind. I have control of my body. I don't need to be doing any of this. I'm doing this as sacrifice. Right? And for who? Not even for the Shabbats. For the Levites. See? And they don't even appreciate it. And then you got, man, I don't want to get into that. Because stupid. Stupid people. A stupid person is like, say you got a bomb, and they playing with it because they don't know it's a bomb. They playing around with it. And other people know it's a bomb. They getting away. This fool playing with it. He won't find out it's a bomb to blow his damn head off. And that's where stupid people are. They don't understand how the world works. So they playing, don't understand consequences stuff. So they playing, that's the devil. So they become stupid now. That's why they say the wise, they destroy the wisdom because now they in the stupidity. Because they don't. Trump said he can't change things. He don't understand how things work. So he's stupid. He's playing with something he can't. It's gonna blow up in his face. You see, and you got stupid people like that. And so they do things. And the thing is that you don't be dealing with stupid. And stupid people always think they know more than anybody else. And, oh, I know what I'm doing, right? Until it blows up in your damn face. See, and you got someone here that made ultimate sacrifice, because this is sacrifice. It said that's why they call him the lamb. You sacrifice the lamb, right? And some of the blood. I mean, how do you get blood? You got to bleed to get blood, right? So the blood of the lamb. They watch some blood. How they get the blood? They had to get out the sacrifice of the lamb. And then that person who all this makes sacrifice for you, and then you lie to him. See, I don't forgive anybody that lies to me, because when you lie, see, if you lie, unless you're enemies, right? And maybe I am your enemy, right? So if somebody lying to you, it means they consider you the enemy, or they consider you a dumb and fool. They don't have any respect for you. Have no respect for you at all. And if you tolerate that, it's like nobody can ride your back unless you bend over. So if you tolerate that, you will get more of it. That's why it says in Angel, it says all liars, all liars. Because you can't tolerate a lie, you can't believe a lie. You can find forgiveness if you're not a liar. I told people this long ago. I says, when the shit hit the fan, and people know that you a man of your word, you keep your word, you're a woman of your word, you keep your word, you know you're not a liar. And you say, I made a mistake, I didn't know any better, I'm never going to do it again, I'm with you 100%. And you can believe that person because you know they're not a liar. So you might say, okay, well, I forgive you because you know their word is solid and they're not going to make that mistake anymore. You forgive that person. You can't forgive that person because you know you're not going to have that problem anymore. But the person that's lying, man, how can you? Oh, yeah, well, how know you're telling the truth? I ain't going to waste time with your dumb ass. Get the hell out of here. Because you're a liar. That's a dangerous thing to be a liar. Especially if you claim to be, and everything to do with this angel. You're true. See? About all liars. You cannot trust a liar. That's why it says, one of the first things they tell you when you join Islam, Nation of Islam, word is bond and bond is life, and you give your life before your word will fail, and I believe that 100%. Anybody knows me, even if people don't like me, they know if I put my word out there, it's going to happen, no matter what. You know? I remember when I came back from Demon Island, right? Had no job, no money, nothing, right? Had nothing. And I came, I got my daughter, right? And she had just turned, I think, 18 at the time or something like that. I promised, I said, when you get 17, 18, I'm going to buy you a car. Get you a car, right? And so, Let me see how did that work. Okay, I didn't have a contract or anything like that. I was off. I had been in jail. I was locked down for 3 years, so I had nothing. In fact, only way I got back, because the company that I got the contract through to go out there, I was smart enough to say, hey, if anything happens, right, you pay my airfare to get back home. I was smart to otherwise I'd been stuck. And so once I got out, and that was the other thing too. I had a laptop right there. Took my laptop from me, so I had to give my laptop back. That's the only thing I got back. He took everything else. I got my laptop back. And the number of the calls company was in the laptop. I could not remember that, my password on the laptop. I said, oh, damn, how am I going to get home? I had no money. I couldn't remember the password on the laptop, right? Because they had me locked up for I don't know how many months. And so what I did was I just closed my eyes, just let my fingers do the walking, and they did it. They came up with the laptop. They came with the password. That's what happened, simple or not. And so I got to pay. I called immediately, boom. And they said, okay. And they sent me a ticket. That's how I got back home. So I got back home. And when I had left to Guam, right, I had at that time, I had it's not a BMW. What's the next thing down from BMW? German car. Whatever, it's the next one down from it, right? And so I gave my daughter, I said, okay, you can have it while I'm going, right? But I had promised a new car. So when I got back, long story short, right? I had $2,000 saved up in a bank somewhere. I forgot I even had it there. And she was time to get her car, and I said, oh man, let me make sure I got that right, because I know, where's that $2,000 come from? Yeah, I think I had it, yeah. And I recall I had it. And I was looking to get another contract, right, because I had no money or anything, right? And so I said, oh man. So I took her down to the car shop, to the dealer, right? And my last $2,000, all I had money in the pocket. I went and got it. I could pay down that damn car. Brand new car. I got a brand new car. It was, I think it was a Nissan. No, I think it was a Toyota or something. Well, I forget. Brand new car. So even though they don't like me, my daughters, they know one thing they know about it. If I say I'm gonna do something, they know I'll do it, no matter what. I don't care. I say, well, oh man, I only got 2,000. I got another. Got the contract on. I said no. Oh, I said, so okay, let's go. Right? I said I only got $2,000, but that'll do it. That make the down payment, everything, right? If I say I'm gonna do something, I'll do it. And if I make an appointment, I'm gonna be there on time. If I ain't on time, it's only because I'm dead or somebody locked me up. I say something, I'm gonna do it, right? So you take people that go out there and they lie. You can't trust them. They can't trust themselves, actually. And stupid people always lie, right? And like I said, they mess with things. And here you got someone that's sacrificing their life. Because that was a sacrifice. I wouldn't want to go through those years again. And especially 30-some years of angel. And then I'm out here trying to, like, you're a drowning person. You're out here trying to save me. And they're going to drown you because they want, calm down. Oh, I'm scared, right? And they end up drowning you too. So we're going, brown sister, with fear. But that fear they put in us, this Christianity stuff and everything else, oh, you better do it away, be master, or he gonna whoop your ass. Fear master, and then Master Jesus gonna take care of your ass when you die. And one of the saddest things they would do. And you see, you can't understand this because you can't project yourself into that situation. You look at it from where you are right now. But here you are. They said the average. Somebody was saying the average lifespan was like 30 years old for a male slave because they worked them to death. And we saw those pictures, they look 90 years old, the guy's 30 years old. They'll bust your ass, and rape your mama, rape you, work you 24/7, fed you shit, and you went through all of that and beat you, whip you, and then on your dying bed, you're so scared that they don't told you you're going to hell, and say you begging, Master, please tell Jesus I was a good nigga. You think that's a joke? That's not. And man said, hell no, you didn't work hard. Oh man, I mean, how cruel could you be? It's in the Star Spangled Banner. That's what it was. With that sister that sang that thing, and you heard from them, what have you. I think it's in here. It says there's no fear, no relief even in the grave. And black folks sing that goddamn song. I need to get the lyrics and show it. But it says in there, it says, you don't have even there's no relief for you even in the grave, or something to that effect. These people are sick. Now you see that the man, did all that shit to him. He ain't did a goddamn thing to you. And then you say, okay, nigga, you worked hard. I'm gonna tell the Master Jesus that you was a good nigga. And they do that. They have all the niggas around. They do that. So the niggas be more fearing them. Oh man, look. Oh man, Jason, look, Jason, he worked his ass off, man. He was a hard working nigga I've seen in my life. And man said he didn't work hard enough and he gonna go to hell. You think that's a joke? That's a joke? And we gotta work harder. How can you work any harder? He worked, I said, man, Jason, man, that's a hard working nigga I've seen in my life, man. And man said he didn't work hard enough. And then they putting that in our women, our sisters, and you out there with your goddamn stupid ass fish bumping them and shit. Oh man, ooh, you have no idea what's about to hit your ass. You have no idea. Anybody hear no bullshit, and then you out there in opposition to this message that our ancestors prayed for, seeking the message of the covenant that we go home, pray for, to get vengeance on their ass, and you're in opposition to this and lying to them and carrying on, and you think you're gonna get away with that? Woohoo! You have no idea. I kept telling people, you don't have no idea what's about to happen here. And you see right now, if they ain't fighting right now, boy, it's a miracle. Because anybody can see right now, it's so hot over there right now. In fact, they put a time limit now. Trump said, if you ain't make your deal in what the next 30 days now, 20 days, I'm going to. So he said, And people playing games with this? Are you stupid? This is the worst time in history and the best time in some ways. Right? I was the best in it. It's the best that it's almost over, but it still ain't over. So, I don't think that's, I guess you can find some consolence in saying, well, it's almost over. Well, he's still in pain. So I ain't going to say it's good until it's good. Right? So right now it's still bad. And it's going to get a lot worse. A lot worse. Right? And our people went through everything else. And their leaders ain't worth shit. They're supposed to guide them through it. After they're supposed to understood what's at stake here? What's at stake? So obviously, the ignorant, stupid, just don't give a goddamn. Okay? Because if your family is that house is burned up, you say, hey man, well, can you drive me over to get a hamburger real quick so I can give me enough energy to get in there and get them out? Is that your take? Or you got any explanation? Oh man, it's kind of hot, man. Can you cool off so I can run in there? No, if that's your family there and you love them, you don't give a damn how hot it is. You in there. You in there. 100%. You ain't waiting nothing. That's why they got to grab you and hold you. If you for real, if otherwise, oh man, they gone. I wish I could have got early. No, you in there. So you can't bullshit me. Because in there, they wouldn't have gave those people those books. As you know, those people had the ability to handle those books. So that means they wasn't 100%. See, they gave me this book and I'm on it. And so no matter what you think, This information you're getting, you ain't getting it from any place else, and you know it's accurate. And if you're paying attention, everything I've been saying is coming past exactly like I said. The only issue was the timing, and I already this tells you right there. That's up to Masr Muhammad. And Jonah was angry about the timing himself. But other than that, everything's right on time. Everything's happening exactly. But you want to listen to Lioness Farrakhan. Okay? So everything's coming to a head. And it's moving fast. So everybody's alert, on the whole world's on alert right now. The entire world's on alert right now. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? And nobody's sure. If you listen to these people, they're not sure that America's going to survive, win this thing. That's remarkable, isn't it? And Yemen, they say Yemen's the poorest country on the world, on the planet. And they're kicking America's ass. I told you, America has no power no more. And people see that and say, wait a minute, hold it. Look over Yemen in the desert, the poorest country on the planet, don't have any military, don't have any planes, don't have any trains, don't have any ships, anything, submarines or nothing. And they're whooping your ass. People see that. That means Trump got to do something dramatic. It's like Tyson did bite somebody's ear. You don't see that? Well, maybe you do, you don't know. But if you see it and you ain't doing anything about it, show your ass. And those folks over there, Ishmael and those folks, oh man, if you had any idea what's about to happen to them, you'd be sick. You'd be sick. Because you can't imagine what's going to happen to those folks. Because what they're going to get the chastisement, I don't want to use that word chastisement because like you're trying to correct them. Right? The punishment they're going to get is severe. Merciless, like the Quran says. Right? It's not going to be, they're going to pray for death, and when I find it, they'll pray and pray for death. Oh, please. No, you know, please. I'm sorry. I don't want to hear about sorry. And that, that's the one thing that you don't want to say to me. I'm sorry. That's one thing you don't want to say. That's the English language. Look up sorry. You know what sorry means? If you're sorry, that means you ain't worthless. You're worthless. So why do you use that word? I'm sorry. That's English language is a trip. I never tell you I'm sorry, because what has two meanings, right? I mean, well, it actually has only one meaning. That means you ain't worthless. Look at what sorrow means. Sorry. S-O-R-R-Y. Let me go check. Maybe they come something different since last time I looked. You can't. Boy, this is English language. Where's sorry? Sorry, definition. What is it here? Feeling distress, especially through sympathy with someone else's misfortune. Now that's not the original meaning of sorry. Where's the true meaning of? See, that's okay. No, they changed the meaning, so let me stand corrected here, boy, because that's not the meaning I grew up with. Let me do a little magic here. I still ain't going to use it. I don't care what they say here. Okay? The statement sorry means worthless. It is generalization that doesn't fully capture the meaning, purpose of expressing great or sorrow, although it can be in true certain contexts where apologies are instant or used. That was the original meaning. So now they took it, connected with sorrow. It's different. But the original meaning when I grew up, if you were sorry, like that is sorry. It means worthless. So it doesn't say it here, but like I said, you got to go and do a little magic, right? Because it says right here, the word sorry means the statement sorry means means worthless. So I'm gonna go with that one. I don't use the word. This English language, boy. Because I say that is the most powerful book in the world. Because they can change the meaning of a word, and then the Bible means something else. Because you look at it, they say, okay, you say a Bible word, then you go look at it and say what the word means. And they say, okay. So the word says sorry. They say, okay. And that means sorrow. But the Bible meant you're worthless. So now you're apologizing. That's two different things. So which one are you taking? That was the original meaning of sorrow, sorry. I remember when growing up, that dude is sorry. That's the way they used it. That's why I never used the word. He's sorry, man. He's sorry. He's worthless. Man, you're sorry. You're sorry. You're sorry. Excuse for a man, or sorry. I don't know if some of your older people heard that word used like that. Man, he's a sorry excuse for a man. Sorry excuse for a woman. Anyway, that's what they changed. The words changed to mean something else. Right? That's why I got to get out of here. Because after a while, they get smart enough. They'll go in there and they'll change the whole meaning of the Bible. All they got to do is get together and change the dictionary, and all of a sudden you read something totally different what the Bible's saying. All they got to do is change the meaning of the words. Right? They done some of that, but they haven't really done it. Right? But they probably wish they would have. Anyway, fear. Our people have been in great fear. And now we're going to reverse the fear. Because now they're starting to fear this. Because when you understand what's going on here, America's in a state of fear. The Europeans in a state of fear. They're starting to fight with each other. That's another thing, fear. Fear, you start just fighting with each other. You fear everything. You become paranoid. So now America, they want to take everything. I'm going to take Europe. I'm going to take Greenland. I'm going to take this. I'm going to take this back. I'm going to do this. I'm all this stuff. Why you got to do it? Because you're afraid. I'm a terrorist. And they lie their ass off. You know, oh, I'm not going to do it today. I thought about doing it, but I'll be here a couple of hours if I do that. Probably in a couple of hours anyway. But, you know, they talk all this garbage. Oh, they took our... No, wait a minute. You gave China those jobs. China didn't come and take a goddamn thing from you. You gave them those jobs because you didn't want us to have it, because you didn't want us, you want to keep a control over us, because we was having those jobs, and black folks were starting to get strong, and every time... Okay, and you got evidence, because every town that black folks built, they burned it down. You were better than them. They didn't want you to have anything. They made sure you have nothing. Why, if they love you and so much, why would they take, and you out there in the middle of nowhere, you build your own town from nothing. And you're doing good, and they come out and burn the goddamn town down. And they got hundreds of them that they burned down, but they don't tell you about them. But they got you in the ghetto, because they control you in the ghetto. But you have your own town out there, and they will come out there and burn your town down. This is their effort to keep, but they won't tell you these things. And the reason why China gets strong, because they didn't take your jobs, you gave it to them, and now it's backfiring your ass. You gave it to them because you didn't want us to have them. Same thing in India. You bring them over here because you didn't want us to have an AI job, because we was better at it. I keep telling you, Civil War was because we was better at the manufacturing, right, industrial revolution than you were. All that's because you're trying to hold us back. It's out of fear, and now it's backfiring your ass. Everything is backfiring on you because, like I said, your time is up. And you're fighting consequence. Oh, they take out everybody. No, take advantage. Who stole this country? Who did all these things? You doing all every time other people doing to you. all this stuff you're saying, people are doing all this stuff to us. Well, ain't you saying that you get yourself the consequence of what you did? Isn't it? Can you read this stuff? They saying it. Now we paying back. We paying the consequence of what they did to us. We fighting the consequence. That's what he's saying. We fighting the consequence. We fighting back. They taking our jobs from us. They taking our tariffs, all this stuff. We fighting the consequence because this is the shit that's happened to you. It's the consequence of what you're doing, and now you fighting it. All this stuff's happening to you is a consequence of what you're doing. You're saying it. They saying it, and you can't understand it. You can't translate. They saying it. We fighting the consequence of what we done. And you the consequence. We fighting you. We fighting Japan. We fighting Korea. We fighting Europe. They all took advantage of us, right? Well, this wasn't your land. Because who stole this? And, they steal from. Where you get this land from? You stole it. And for us Israel, right? They're doing exactly what you did. They just stepped there. You're your child, and they following their daddy's footsteps. How they stole some house land, they imprisoned the people, and all the stuff they're doing over there. Genocide, what you did. You see? The consequence, that's what they're fighting. And they have fears. Their fear is getting worse every day. So when you fear, you start fighting back. You start doing everything you can to relieve that fear. That's what they're doing. So if you have to go to war, we got to stop. And the greatest fear is that they did all the stuff they did to us, the worst they did anybody in history. The worst. And the fear is that we're going to reach, they're going to suffer the consequence. And the scripture says we'll do twice to them what they did to us. That's their greatest fear. So they got to do everything they can to keep that from happening. And I'm going to talk about that more in a minute. See, this stuff is very clear, especially if you understand the math, if you understand how the vector math. I tell them, study, and they don't want to do it, so hey, you want to go to Mexico, you don't learn Spanish. Okay, then go for it. If you're going to Mexico, learn Spanish, dumbass. I don't have a page for dummies and liars. Most dummies are liars. You want to get me upset? Don't lie to me, boy. Ooh. After all this, I'm going through to help people, because I'm not doing this to help myself. I don't need to help myself. Where it says I'm helping myself by doing this. The Lamb was made a sacrifice helping you. He didn't have to do it. Nobody made him do it. Where you say it says someone made him do it? Where? Where you see that? My heart's failing them for fear. The fear that they've been putting on us is about to come back on them. It's come back on their spades. Unimaginable fear that they cannot resolve. That means they're going to be totally out of it. When you're in great fear, man, you just strike out. You become animal. The animal and you comes out. When you're in a great deal of fear, you just because you lose control. All you want to do is alleviate that fear. It's like it's mental pain. And you want to destroy anything that's causing that fear. And the fear becomes overwhelming when you just can't, you realize you just can't, then you go into shock. Just lay there. You ever see those animal movies where, I used to see one, I wish I had a copy of that one, right? This lion that took down this zebra. And the zebra hadn't gone into shock, was about to go into shock, right? Because the animal, see, in other words, if you know that he knows the animals, they're still alive. A lot of times they're still alive, then they go into shock. Then they just there, they're alive, but they don't move. They're in shock, right? I don't think they feel anything, they're just there. But this zebra hadn't gone into shock yet, but was about to. And the lion had him down, was eating on his ass. And every time the zebra raised his head up, the lion was like, and lay his head back down. I used to think about that. I said, he's eating your ass. And you raise it up, and you lay back down and let him keep eating. I mean, what's the psychology on that one. Because every time I leave, raise his head up. Rawr! And he lays his head back down. You better shut up. I'm eating your ass. You better move. Ooh. But our people in that same, I haven't taken time to analyze that psychology. I don't get into philosophy and all that kind of stuff, right? But I think that'd be interesting to analyze that because our people in that kind of state. We're here. They're beating us. They're using us. They're tricking us. They got all kinds of schemes. And if we say something, okay, boss. Yeah, that's our reaction. So that's fear. But it seems like it's a little more to it than that. Because the zebra is fearing that the lion's eating him, but he don't do anything about it. But the lion's still eating him. He's, you see, and our people in some state of that, maybe I try to analyze that sometime. I know it has something to do with fear. Because I used to wonder, I said, And I knew back then, I said, my people are in that kind of situation. Because here it is. They take and the masters doing all stuff to them, and then if they say something, okay, the masters keep doing it. Right? Now I understand we're supposed to submit, but after beyond that, we're still doing that. Maybe I'll think about it a little more. See what I'm saying? I don't know. You think about it, I'll move on. And that's his objective, which will not work. Will not work. Nothing will work. Everybody's backfiring now. Because he's fighting consequence. But he's telling them, I can beat consequence, I can win. But he can't beat Yemen. Yemen is the poorest country, they say, on the planet. Google it, that's what they say. They don't have any Air Force, they don't have any planes, any of that stuff. And they're kicking America's ass. America got all of that. That's telling. That means, look at the logic of it. Okay, this is the big bully. His ass being kicked by a little 200-pound, little 100-pound old lady. Everybody sees that. He got to do something drastic, like kick her teeth out or something. Because everybody started saying, man, he can't beat that little old lady there. And she got her foot deep in his ass. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what's happening over in Yemen. Yemen got their feet deep in America's ass, and America's like, hey. Everybody's seeing that. See, everything is coming ahead, brothers and sisters. America and false Israel is writing their obituary. When you're fighting consequence, you're writing your obituary. Because whatever you do is coming back on you immediately. See, not right now, they had 500 years, when the Christians call it grace, they had 500 years of grace. That means we didn't retaliate. That means they was able to get away with all this stuff they thought. But the dam was building up. You dam up the consequence, then you got a grace. That's what grace is. It don't mean the consequence goes away. It means just dammed up. That's what grace is. So yeah, they understand that. Like I said, dummies and fools, they understand what they're working with. So they think because everything's working all right, that means that God must be with them. No. Every action has an opposite equal reaction, and you understand that mathematically because the whole system is based on mathematics. It's weak mathematics, but it's mathematics. But that where it don't work. You understand? So now, hey, everything's going right, but now the devil's about to break. And you can't fight it. See? Because you're fighting consequence. When you fight consequence, every punch you make is just hitting yourself. When you're fighting consequence, everything you do is against yourself. Everything. Because you're fighting consequence. You have no room. Everything you do is against yourself. So right now, why is this the whole thing going over in the Middle East right now about Iran? Because Iran's a threat to false Israel, number one. But what's the other thing? Why it's so hot? Because Trump tore up the JCPOA that he wants to put back in force now, and they said the hell with it, and now it's getting hot because it's a reaction to what he did. Fighting consequence. Everybody said, well, that you caused the problem because you tore up the deal. Now you got to go to war because the deal, they won't make a deal with your ass because they don't trust you. You see? Why would they trust him? He made the deal. I mean, Obama made the deal, right? It's supposed to last for 100 years or 50 years or whatever. He came in, tore up the deal. That Iran was holding on to the deal. He tore it up, so that means America don't mean anything, right? And now they're making weapons, or it looked like they're making them. And now he said, we got to stop doing it. Well, you had to stop. Now you change. You the one caused them to want to make it because you threatened with nuclear weapons and everything else. So you don't want causing that to happen to make the nuclear weapons you don't want them to have. You don't want cause to make the nuclear weapons you don't want them to have because you tore up the agreement. And now you're in a stage of war, a world war that could destroy America because you caused the problem. You tore up the goddamn deal. See? Everything is backfiring. America's in trouble right now because of what America did. They're fighting consequence. And this fool right here, he's going to be a terrible end. Terrible end. And we're talking about in a few days. Because anybody tell you, how can you go? I was surprised it made into April, to tell you the truth. I'm still surprised it made April. Because it's so high over there, man. I said, damn, there's something special about this water. It should have been boiling by now. Anybody knows it's literally days and not hours away. They already got the ships and everything. You know, like when they took out Saddam, I said, man, what's Saddam waiting for? I said, he gonna let them come in here. They threaten him. They putting arms all around and everything. What do you think they're gonna do? They putting his arms and stuff around here because they want to protect him. I said they're putting arms, built military all around you. They're bringing planes in and tanks and everything else, and you sitting there? And you let them do it? When you could have stopped it? When they start doing that, if he start taking the stuff out, how could they couldn't establish a foothold in there to come after them? They had to come with the Air Force. Because every time they put tanks like I said, he goes tear it out, knock it down. But he said, it took months. It took what? I think 6-7 months. They put all the military around him and everything else, and then they moved in. I said, he deserved to be, if he's that damn stupid. That's where they say Iran probably would take an attack, right? Before they build up. They're building up right now. And they say Iran, the inventor of chess, ancient Persia, used to be black, right? When they invented chess, right? Black folks invented chess. Says they'll do a preemptive strike. Ain't gonna let America build up and then come after them. And that's what people are expecting to happen. And if you read the scripture carefully, that sounds about right. Destroy the wisdom of the wise. Right? You're stupid now. If you lose the wisdom, it means you're stupid. So everything America doing is stupid. Everything backfire on them. Right now, what's going on right now is a backfire because and I told you, they would not go back to the JCPOA. I told you that. Because he tore up that deal, that's when you got all that. And same thing in Ukraine. That's America backfire again. America's backfire again. Because they told Ukraine, they told Russia that, okay, if you break up, we will not put NATO troops, we will not allow these countries that used to be part of NATO, that's on your border, and so they agreed. So, okay, so he said they broke the Soviet Empire up, and they agreed they would not allow any of those be part of NATO, because man, you can't have the people nuclear weapons around my border. And then they lied. And that's why Ukraine is right, because it was a part of Russia. In fact, Russia had a whole lot of nuclear weapons there, right? And so therefore, they want to be NATO. Hey, y'all agreed. No, now they got that problem over there. And that's going to end up going to Armageddon. Okay? And now what's going on? Everything he's doing backfire. Because right now, all the stuff Trump's doing, he's elevating everybody. And that's what Scripture says. Everybody's going to be after him. And can you make this stuff up, brothers and sisters? He's alienating everybody. He's alienating all his friends. He's alienating Europe. I told you, everybody's going to be after America. Now everybody's getting pissed off at America right now. Now, who had that happen? Trump is making everybody's enemies. Europeans are pissed off at him. The Asians are pissed off at him. Everybody. I told you. He said, I bring division. Everybody's be against everybody. And Trump's turned everybody. You didn't see this coming. You didn't see this a year ago. Somebody told you a year ago you wouldn't believe it. And I told you this would be happening. Everybody's against America. Trump's turned everybody against him. He's writing his own obituary. And so is false Israel. And everybody now knows that America, false Israel is bullshit. America's a dictator. It's in the UN. It can make all these laws that it don't abide by. It don't abide by the criminal court. Only the criminal court gets people they want. So Netanyahu been indicted by the countries are not obeying that. But if it's somebody they don't like here. So they're showing themselves who they really are. The whole world's seeing them. And that's a part of God's, the way the Bible talks about structure, that they always lift your skirt up before they destroy, so everybody see a nakedness. So now everybody see America, they openly back in genocide. They say false Israel is genocide and a maniac. That's what I'm calling Holocaust too. Because, okay, I'm gonna cut this short. I'm talking a lot about this. I'm not going to all the dilemma because I'm off on this tangent right now. Okay, then the whole story about, see, World War I and World War II. World War I, Germany was in World War I, and the British went to the Jews in Germany and said, if you help us, remember these was German Jews, help us defeat your own country, we give you Palestine. I don't think they had Palestine. I think the Ottomans still had it, but I'm not sure. And so they betrayed Germany. Now, any country would have did what the Germans did. Because if you betray you, they execute you. You're a traitor. And Hitler, when he was rising, before he became empowered, he, in his book, Mein Kampf, means my battle, he said, he pointed out, y'all betrayed the country, we're going to get you. He told me he's going to get them. That's why Einstein, those guys got the hell out of there. The people who had the money got the hell out of Germany because they bleed Hitler. They bleed him. They ran to America before he got power because they bleed him. The other ones that they couldn't afford or whatever, they stayed behind. And so what he did, because he put Germany lost that war because of them, and they suffered dramatic. I mean, they really suffered really bad. The nations really came down on them. And he says, I'm going to get you. And that's why Germans put him back in power, because he was doing the same thing Trump is doing. I'm going to get enemies. I'm going to make you great again. That's what this story was. He didn't say it that way. Well, I don't know how he said it in German, right? But Mein Kampf means my battle. That was the name of his book. Right? And he wrote that when he was in prison. They locked him up. He has a similar story that Trump had. They did everything politically to keep him rising to power. See? And that's what he said. So they don't tell you that part. See? And so they went through all that. And people say, oh, man, you see how bad they was innocent. No, they weren't innocent. They betrayed their country, caused their country to be just virtually almost destroyed. Right? And so now they're doing to the Palestinians worse than they said Hitler did to them. So they're showing the world who they really was. They deserve what they got. Now they're going to deserve it. Now, remember, they're fighting consequences. So what they're doing right now, what you see the countries doing right now, is that's what happened to them. Because the consequences are loose now. Or the dam is cracking, but I'm saying, in that sense, it's loose. It's going to be fully loose in a minute, but it's loose. So that's why everything you're doing is backfiring. So now, all the stuff they're doing right now, they're writing their obituary, because what they're doing over in Gaza is going to happen to them. It's going to happen to them, suddenly. In a few days, when that war go down, then it's going to happen to them. That's the second Holocaust. Holocaust 2. In America, same thing. All that shit you've been doing 5 years come down on you in a day. You can't get away with stuff. That's what's about to happen here. Holocaust 2. Oh, they starving the people. It said they're going to be starving them. Read what it says what happened to them. So they're eating their own children. Sons gonna be eating fathers, fathers gonna be eating sons. They're gonna put a siege around this and none will escape. So I'm trying to get out of there right now. So none will escape. And they will close in, siege, and they had those drones flying. The whole world gonna see. They'll be knocking down. They have all their powers be broken. America will not be helping anymore. Give them missiles and stuff because America will be kicked out of there. America, God can make us thrown the hell out of there. They have no help, no fuel, anything. And all they want is revenge. All the Palestinians want is revenge. That's all it was, revenge, 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 revenge. Syrians too. All they want is revenge. And they don't, and they're not going to slack off. They're not going to be, oh, that's a little baby. You didn't give a goddamn about our babies. You burn, you see what I'm saying? And they said they're going to let them stew in that shit for a while, and then they're going to get rid of them. See, so them turn to cannibals, whole world see it, they're starving, and the oh, world, please, no, hey. They want the world, oh, please help us. What are they doing? We Jews, they everybody hate us. Nobody's going to pay attention. Because what they doing? Because the world's against them right now. In America, all the fake false Jews there, it says they're going to go insane. That's talking about the flies. That's the plague. They'll go insane. They're going to try to do everything again, trying to force America to go back in and save. America's not going back because what they experienced, I'm not going into details there. They ain't going back over there. And so they're going to be doing, America's already economic, and whatever, they're going to do all the damage they can be doing. See, because they got that Samson object. If we can't get it, if we can't have it, nobody else can have it. And they're going to do everything they can to undermine, collapse America, because they had all the authority. They throw it all over America and everything else. Right? And so what you do with flies? That's why I call it plague of flies. What you do with flies? And they buzzing around, you swat them. See? And so they can be the most hated people in America. I ain't talking about them too much, but they're going to tear them. They're going to, hey, you talking about kosher? Okay, you kosher, ain't you? They're eating them. To anti-Semitism and anti-Semitism, it's going to be off the page. Right? For two reasons. Because what they're doing to stabilize America, they're trying to get America to go back and help follow Israel. They see what's going on over there. Americans ain't going back over there saying. And the other thing is, right, is that let me see how I put it. People are going to hate them because they're going to blame them like they're going to blame Trump. Trump's going to be part of this. They're going to, remember, they're in fear now. The whole economy's collapsing. And it's because of what they see says men's hearts filled with fear because the war goes south over there. America totally ass kicked and they ran out there on fire. And that's the cause, false Israel. This whole thing collapses dramatically. First, primarily because false Israel goes down and relates to us. Right? So they want to blame them and say, okay, they're the reason, false is the reason why we had this problem. False is why everything is going against us. And then remember, who bless Israel will be blessed, who curses will be cursed, right? And then they say, well, they're not Israel. You see, they don't come down on them and they don't come down on Trump because you boys over there, you were supporting them and all those people that were supporting false Israel, Graham and all those guys. It's gonna be chaotic here because they're gonna blame them. All these senators and everything else was for. Hey man, if y'all hadn't went over there and messed with Israel, man, we'd be okay, man. And y'all told us that was Israel, it wasn't. And now these niggas, they're the true ones. And then you rise up coming together. Man, can you understand that? The panic, the fear. Didn't you see it, man? You tell us that them now we cursed. You cursed us. Because he said, those who curse us will be cursed. Those who bless us. We was cursing the real ones and was blessing the lions. And it says right there, Billy Graham, Hagee, It says right there. Jesus said there was no damn good. And here you has doing that. Now you got foreign policy. Now everything's collapsed. Our economy, everything's going, no food, nothing. Gotta have somebody to blame. Madness, brothers and sisters. And as far as you hear, ooh, they're going to be taking them things off their head and get a cross around their neck and everything else, because they're going to tell them, oh, you like kosher, huh? Okay, well, you kosher. Cut them up, man. That's what we have for dinner. I know they're going to debunk, but they're going to deplatform this one. I don't give a damn, because the time is up. We know the time is up, right? I've been platformed before, and I'm not going to hold back on the truth, right? Yeah. He's going to be a savior. No. He's going to bring America down, going to turn America into a fiery bowl of shit. See? Because if you think about it, he's the guy, right, that they can blame Eric, because like I said, he's the one. He's the one they can focus on and say, hey, if you hadn't tore that JCPOA, I mean, it may be right or wrong, the point, that's where they're going to see it. If you hadn't done that, we wouldn't have this problem. We wouldn't have got destroyed in the Middle East. And if you hadn't messed around and turned Europe against us, they would be fighting against an army getting over in Europe. He's the most, you think Brian popular now? He's going to be the most hated. Hated. You the one caused us, because remember the Armageddon, the European war. He's starting the European war now. We're going to put tariffs on your ass, and we're going to get out of NATO. And y'all just taking advantage of us. Who would believe this stuff? And I've been telling you for years that's going to happen. They're going to turn against them. It says right there, bring division. See? That's what's happening. And he's going to say, he's going to blame him, because his policies, and is a coincidence that it's so clear that what he's doing is actually bringing that about. He's causing animosity between Europe. He's going to take Greenland. If you can't take, oh man, people invade other people's country. But you talking about, you saying you're going to invade another country and take it. So you're saying all these damn things. You're alienating everybody. Putting tariffs on your friends, so you turn your friends against you. They say everybody's going to be against him. He's turning everybody against America. But he think he can hold up. So why? He's turning everybody's against America. All his friends and everybody. I mean, as I make clear, and I tell you that's what happened. That's what Armageddon is, the European war. And now it says it's going to be, then the Orientals coming after him, the goat. Everybody's coming after him. And he's already setting the stage for it. And everything backfired. I've read this many times, brothers and sisters. Real young man leaps from a lion, run to a bear, get rid of the bear, and a snake gets him. That's what. And let me read this. See, people understand this. I told I purge, and you don't connect the dots. So they'll read this, don't understand. See, because if you believe you got some spiritual souls that nobody can see, that when you die it goes up to heaven or hell or wherever. Well, it's a spirit. That means don't feel anything. So if they go to hell, it'd just be bored. It wouldn't be burning. It was a spirit. It wouldn't feel anything, right? It's just stupid. So you read it carefully. It's distinguished between the body and the soul. What's the soul? The soul is your DNA. You eradicate your DNA, you eradicate you totally. If you get rid of you, but you don't get rid of the DNA, then that's why the Quran says, do not do not think of those who are dying and fighting the way of Allah as dead. They're alive, but you perceive not. Why I say that? It said, because their DNA is still alive. And it says, like four birds, I can bring them back to life. Their DNA is still alive. It said, think those who are slain the way of Allah is dead. They're alive, but you perceive not, because you don't understand how this thing works. So it says, fear not him which kill the body. That means just kill your body, but not able to kill your DNA. See? But rather fear him who's able to destroy both body and soul and body in hell, or kill your body and your DNA too, just wipe you out totally. Because therefore you have no way to get back into the creation again. Because that's where you come back into DNA. That's who you really are. That's where I say I taught Adam all the names. DNA is your real name. That's your distinct your name. You mean angels didn't know their names? No, that's your real name. And DNA, that's your mathematical name. Right? And so, your seed, you come. Elijah Muhammad said that too. He said, the only way you come back to this world through the womb, back to your seed, because you're immortal. As long as your seed is still. I was trying to tell the brother the other day. He says his son died or whatever, right? I know he didn't get it. He probably too depressed and everything. I said, well, you know, he's a 10%er anyway. So I said, you know, you got your son in you. You got his DNA in you. But I don't know if he picked up on it. Right? See, because you can bring your son back into existence. That's how we live. We've been here forever. We'll always be here. How's Melchizedek going to live here forever? If he's not going to continue, God going to live trillions of years. You got to keep. I mean, nobody could do that, and I wouldn't want to do it. Like trying to stay awake for a week and get some idea how that feels. Maybe about a year or whatever. So that's what I'm talking about. So if you run afoul of Suleiman, because he's the one that got the book of life, the Lamb's book of life, that means you're the one to get life, right? It says, it talks about how you say it? I forgot, I'm not going to quote it, but anyway, right? I can't remember right now, but anyway, the problem is that he's the one that gets. He's the one that set the kingdom up. He's the one that determines who gets in the kingdom. He the one that determines who gets in the kingdom. Like I explained the other day, I tried. These people never connect the dots. I said, how many people on the planet when Abraham was around? But most people on the planet right now is Abraham's seed. So what happened to all the other people? They was eradicated. DNA is gone. Purging. Only DNA what God said kept, like I said, that's Noah and the whole thing. Look at Noah. Only DNA he kept was. See? So when their souls someplace else, that's DNA. See? And so Suleiman will take, and if you want to follow him, he get rid of him and get all your DNA, take your wife, because you don't have a problem with it. Hey, because first of all, you know, if you're a rat, your son probably a rat too. You're a pig, your daughter and son probably pigs too. See? And these poor sisters, they give birth to pigs and rats, don't know it. Like our sisters giving birth to these demons and stuff, don't know it. Right? All that's going to be changed. Yeah? And then they feel sorry for them. Well, there's nothing I can do about that one. Just like Farrakhan's mother, she probably a original person, right? But we can't say Farrakhan because of her. That's one the sister's gonna have to bear. If they gave birth to a child that's be seed of demons or a seed of traitors, there's he go. And nothing she can do about it. And sister, if she's wise and she got a lot of discipline, she'll understand. If she don't, then she's gonna be like Lot's wife. She gonna die of grief. Oh, my children. That's one of the sad things the sister's gonna have to face. That's why we gotta get rid of these demons. And the same thing the devil did. Here, the devil raped her, and she got a baby. She went through 9 months baby. Some sisters were strong enough. They just got rid of that baby. They found some kind of way to abort it or strangle or something. They said, I don't want that damn thing. But some sisters couldn't. Oh, man, that's my baby. Even that baby gonna grow up to hate him. That's my baby because she gave birth to him. See, that's one of the sad things that, you know, that's one sad thing. Hope these sisters, that's why I got stored Lot and Lot's wife. If sisters can't overcome that, they're gonna die in grief. It's sad. See? But that's part of what the devils did to us. When destroy all of them and their deceit. Okay, I'm gonna close out, but I talked a lot, and so I'm not gonna go to the other stuff I was talking about, right? Let me show one thing. Watch this. Uh-oh. Let me back up here. Okay. Let's see what's showing. What's showing here is if the devils attack you. See, that's why it took me to learn vector, because I want to start speaking vector. But I can't speak vector to people who don't know what vector. That's why because that's why I want to start speaking the language of the angel, which is vectors really. Because it's all about forces and stuff. Right? And that's what this whole thing is. I told you, the whole thing is based on pressure, and it's all, right? So look at this situation here. Okay. Somebody attacks you, that's a vector. Boom. And the consequence of that, right, would be a vector. But what's the quality? See, because you got force, but what's the quality of it? So what if they attack you with disease? See? Well, were you going to shoot them back with a bullet? You could. I mean, in general sense, that'll work if the result is equal. But I'm going to get to the quality of the situation. See? So if they attack, so in other words, that's why you get consequence, because Scripture always talks a lot about the quality of the consequence. That's why it says, do unto them as done to you. So it was why we got to do to them, because they the ones did it. So we're going to return them, because if somebody else did it, it'll come to them a different way. See what I'm saying? That's why we personified everything, so we could identify the quality of the consequence. Because, like I said, we went in energy deprivation, right, without personification, then we just had bad luck. Famines, all kinds of stuff, and it would come in all kinds of ways we can identify. But since we made them, then we can know exactly it came from them, and so we know exactly how to, right, would be the consequence of. We can deal directly, so we know we can it's split like this here. Say, for instance, you got energy deprivation, and now you and all things that you have famine, you have disease, all that kind of stuff, right? So how will you know when it was over? Because when it's over, you might say, well, it might be a brief thing. We still might have another famine, still might have another disease. How do you know it's over? But if you make personification, then you know, hey, they're the ones doing it. Once you get rid of them, that's the end of it. You see the difference? So that's what I'm trying to make a very subtle point here. So you do the quality of it. So if they attack us, they say, doing them double as done to you. So that's showing you that we the God, because if it was some other God, some mystery God that could wave his wand, then why do we need to do anything to him? Why don't he just punish him? Why? Like people say, well, God determines whether you wake up in the morning or not. I said, you talking about Master Muhammad? Is he the one? That's what they used to say over there, Dummy Land, NOI. Well, God determines whether you wake up in the morning. So what God is that? Isn't that Master Muhammad? Well, if it ain't the originator, well, if that's the case, why you got to build a mother plane? Why you got to do all that stuff? Just don't wake your ass up in the morning. See, it's so stupid. Just don't wake. If you determine to wake up in the morning, just don't wake up the devils. That's the end of it. I need to build no mother plane, have no war, have to do anything. See, it's just stupid shit. So I'm going to focus the quality concern of it. Right? So that's what this is showing here. So it goes pretty quick, so just pay close attention. Oop, that went a little too fast. A little too fast. I might need to slow it down. Let me see. Okay. See, what you saw was, this is the next one. See, they attacked us, and we attacked them in kind. Said doing them as done, which is going to be the same way, only it's going to be double because the fulcrum changed, but it still be the same quality of what he did to us. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I said doing them as they done to you. They say just be bad to them like they was be bad to them because it was bad to you. It says specifically doing them as they had done to you. So it's quality of it. So when you understand that principle, you understand how false it is where America's writing the obituary. Because what's happening right there, and for what they're doing, Holocaust 2, is going to be exactly what they're doing to the Palestinians right now. It's going to come right back on them. You understand? That's the quality of it. It means it's coming back the same way you did it. And so we're going to do back them the same way. So we ain't going to rape them, but we're going to bring people in that will. So the goat is a part of, remember, when Nature Islam leave, that opens the door for the goat to come in. But that's part of America's destruction. Because who's controlling the goat? They tell in chapter 17, we controlling the goat. They said we inspired them to do it. So we ain't going to rape them, but they will. So we ain't going to do that kind of stuff. We ain't about that. So we have to bring them in to do it. Read chapter 7. I tell people, are you paying attention? You catching the notes here? It says chapter 17, right? What it says, we inspired them to do it. And that's the reason why they opened the door and let us through, because they made an agreement because we was under control of the situation. That's why when they arrived, the Red Sea, goat rise, they opened the door and let us through because we under control of the situation. So some of the stuff I've thought, after years of thinking, you might pick up on some of the stuff. Some of it's pretty stuff easy to see, but I guess not. If you ain't 100%, I guess you ain't 100%, right? Okay, I'm going to finish this over. See, now here's a vector again, right? And here's our vector. Elijah Muhammad gave you this vector right here. See? Pointing. See, vector has force and has direction, right? So we was going all different kind of directions because they're going to Jesus, going to Shiva, going to what's the Nirvana? That's Nirvana. That's some kind of Hindu heaven. So we're going anywhere. Because vector has to have direction. We had some going this way, some going this way. So our nation was always divided because everybody had different ideas. I'm going to be a Muslim. I'm going to be a Christian. I'm going to be a Buddha. See what I'm saying? Elijah Muhammad, put your focus on the Abrahamic covenant. People out of vision perish. So he put him right there. So now our nation was heading that direction because Elijah Muhammad pointed that direction, right? And then what happens? Boom, that they come with that. Stop it. In kind, remember I told you, the quality. So they had to they said, okay, that's the direction it's going, right? We got to have something that's coming opposite direction to stop it. Because if it's going, it won't stop. It had to go opposite, and that's what false Israel does. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, so they come out of nowhere to stop it. So now, bottom line, you're not going anywhere. You see the logic of it? And they say stuff, you don't look deep into it, see what it's saying. Now, in that case, you're not going anywhere. As Farrakhan's right, you're not going anywhere. As long as false rulers there, you ain't going nowhere. Because he's making it clear. He's underscoring the thing. You ain't going nowhere because that's devil's set up, so you ain't going nowhere. And then tell Farrakhan to reinforce it. Yeah, y'all ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. Because he's with them. And that's Elijah Muhammad told different. That's why he set it up. Same quality. It's just opposite idea. Remember that vector has to be going opposite direction. It has to be the same force, opposite direction. It can be greater than that, which pushes back. But same force, opposite direction is quality. So therefore, it stops. And that's exactly what they did. All these are vectors. I want to talk vectors. Because that's the math of it. If I talk math, I got to talk in vectors, because that's the math, that's the language of the math of our situation. And you see it right there clearly. That's why they had to stop us from doing it. They had to come with something that was totally opposite. Just stop it. But remember, they got to keep fueling that. Otherwise, because something's keep fueling ours, we get more energy, So our force becomes increased. So we start pushing it, right? So they got to keep fueling theirs. But they got to take the energy they got and focus on that. That means that they lose energy from other things. So now they go into debt. They had military problems, have all these problems. They got to put all this energy to keep us. Because we still got force to push. And now they got to keep adding more force to keep the mouths that offset ours. And so that's putting America in all this trouble. Because they spend all this money, all this energy to keep us from going anywhere. The fuel falsity. People say, why are they getting falsities, all this? Now you see it. If you understand vectors, now you see it why. It's clear. And it takes money, it takes energy to keep that other vector. Because if we're being energized. I told you, every 50 years, we're energized. So that means they have more force going that direction. So they got to have more force, they got to energize that. And that's going more costly. And now for Iran is jeopardizing that. So they got to take out Iran. Because Iran's threatening that. Because if that goes, we go home. Let me show you something right quick and I'm going to close, brothers and sisters. I meant to say something I just thought about it just now. Give me a second, brothers and sisters. Second, brothers and sisters. I need to show this point here. I'm telling you, I'm so, oh, I'm trying to get prepared for what's about to happen. I'm spending 5 hours at the gym now. And I could change to another gym that's open 24/7. Now, like 2 o'clock in the morning, 2 to 7. And I'll be sitting there, I'll be working out. And then I spend half an hour in the sauna. Oh man, whew. By the time I get home, I am whipped. 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 Right? Then, right now, I gotta do a slide, and then the hours, it took me what? 3 hours to prepare for this. This thing don't take, I don't do it, it only takes 5 minutes to do these things, brothers and sisters. Don't take 5 minutes, don't do, what happened here? Don't take me 5 minutes to do these things, brothers. It takes work, put it together, check them out. Sometimes late, I'm not doing such a good job, I keep missing stuff. Okay, well, we're here. Okay. And, okay, I think that'll work. Hold on. One second, I'm gonna close out bounces because it's late. I start working this thing about 2 o'clock. What, 5 hours I mess with this? Well, I shouldn't say messing. I shouldn't say messing because it's been work. Oops. No, that won't do. That won't do. Hold on, let me change it. 1 more second here. Okay, let's see if this works. Nope. Well, I'm gonna leave it like that, but that's not quite working like I want it. Try one more thing here. Let's see. let me try this real quick. Otherwise, you get the point. Graph is not exactly what I wanted, but oh, okay, I know what I did. Hold on, simple way to do it. Simple way to do it. Okay, I don't know. I should have thought about that. Okay, that, right? Oh, here, 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 no, here, okay, here, okay, got it, got it, okay, just do it, just do it, gotta do it right there. And then, boom, there you go. That'll do it. That'll do it. Okay. I think these things through, brothers and sisters. There you go. That's it. Okay. And what's this here? Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, here we go. Show you this, brothers and sisters. Here we go. That's it, right? They got to put this, block it. But they got to keep, remember, we getting energized, so they got to keep, they got to spend more energy. They get as much energy as everybody else does, right? So they got to spend the energy on that. So America's using a lot of energy to maintain false Israel, right? So that means for other things. Then what happens? False Israel goes down, we go home. Nothing to block us anymore. Okay, and look at this last thing here, brothers and sisters. Watch this. See vectors, put that on this. What do you do? That's where we end up. So it ain't us, it's them. As long as we expose those vectors, got to understand those vectors. See, Pharaoh can say, oh, you're evil, see? But false Israel maintained. False Israel's gone. We get angry and we come back. Vectors gone on them. They're gone. The vectors that's forcing us in that situation. You got a balloon underwater because something forced underwater. Nothing wrong with that balloon. You got you force under. You move the hand, balloon comes back on top again. So Pharaoh kind of like, hey, y'all wicked, you're wicked. No. It's that vectors, they're force ons that causing us to be that way. Once they're gone, we come back to where we were before. Better. Okay, I'm leaving it there, brothers and sisters. I'm leaving it there. Go ahead, we'll finish this up. Let it go ahead and run its course. Go on. Okay, I'm gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. Who can stand till this another day? Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. I'll continue with my series, Dilemma. Hopefully tomorrow, I'll finish up tomorrow.